Good morning, everybody. One second. Tadley. Nice shirt. Thanks. The shirtlessness was only for yesterday. It's fucking like 50 degrees in here. I'm not doing that. Didn't hear no bell. We're almost back up to closing price, which is bullish. There's about a $2 million notional hedge. So can I upgrade my membership to the OnlyFans? Do you want to? I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. The fuck is this? $180 the new floor. We'll find out. Maybe it's a little hard to sustain. But I don't think we're being like rugged yet. So Discord on mute. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Discord's up and running. Morning, everybody. Did you see the in the money puts come in? I saw some come in, but there weren't very many of them. XRT still on threshold, yes. Nice double bottom in the pre-market. Yeah, and probably enough volume to confirm it too. Good morning. Zoom out to see the extra peaks since last Jan. We're right in line. If we break up, that will cause extra momentum. Yeah. We cross 200. The range from 200 to 250 tends to be generate a lot of FOMO. The most FOMO, if you will. Ding ding. That is the current barometer. So there's about 2.1 million shares in hedging due from yesterday. But because of the overnight dip, expect some institutional sell-off right here of options first thing in the morning before it picks up. So we're down a little bit overnight. Some 185s are probably going to get sold. Some 180s. Ching. Here. down a little too. Just surging up. Okay, so I think we're gonna. Oh fuck. All right, so that's son of a bitch. Oh, wait for that was fun. Taking out close off. We'll see. It's still too early. That was fucking intense. How hard did we gap up there? Didn't? Of the volatility. Don't you think it's getting hot in here? Could be. Thank you, Go Speed. Are you gonna establish some resistances today? Yeah, I need to actually. Thanks for reminding me. Testing 199.41 on that. It's our first test of this 200 resistance, and it's a big resistance, so don't worry. Expect a failure on the first test. Upwards is the first short hedge fund to start slowly covering their shorts. Maybe. I mean, it's covering of their obligations from the last quarter. Their long-term shorts, unlikely. 2.2 million volume in 6 minutes. And that's the hedge, right? That's the hedge from the night before. It was about 2.1 based on the NAVGEX. So I have a feeling that today is going to be a good day. Nice trash. No problem, Ryan. Okay, this is slippery. What happened to the order book? Alt? Holy shit. Halted! But why? Dude, it's too early for this shit. AMC halted, GME halted. Okay, let me check out some of the other basket stocks here. Still driving up. Is being pushed down. Yes, up. TDA shows a $400,000 spread. Volatility halt, code M. Okay. Express got halted. Yep. Not over. Don't panic because of a halt. All right, that's like the worst thing you can do. I think it was wide enough. Maybe 199 to 182. Almost a 20. Yeah, it's wide enough. If I have time to update Reddit, yeah, I should. One second, let me just update Reddit with this. Shithead. So if it's halted, we've got time for coffee. What else can we do for 10 minutes? Is it Cavs time at last? No. Nick Browning, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfuck trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Some people sell off after a halt. Yep. Volatility after a halt is unpredictable. But usually. There's no resume time listed. Nope. Jimmy's back. God. Strong resistance. Sorry, one sec. Nice try, Bears. Bulls are back. Said we green today. Sorry, support and resistance lines are the point at which usually buyers and sellers meet in equilibrium, or where there's a massive amount of options hedging due to the strikes. So it could be either or, depending on the stock and options interest. They halted Spike IV on calls to hopefully price people out. I mean, did they though? I feel like the IV bump wasn't that extreme. Did they just short the entire market hard, or they may have sold off things? Good to have our friend volatility back. That's been the first halt in what, over a year? I feel like we haven't halted in forever. June? Did we halt in June? Maybe that was the last one. Could be. We're gonna have to find out. We're looking pretty good for a turnaround here, I think. $3.24 million volume traded. SPY briefly broke 460. Huh. Yeah, spreads at about 90 cents right now. Reddit down, no idea. Did Yo-Yo's model show a massive delta sensitivity spike? Gamma sensitivity. Halt doesn't bump up the bolometer? No, it was a downside halt. It's weird. I can't roll my CC, like my order won't fill. That's strange. Spread still at about 60 cents. It's an SSR trigger too. Yeah. Wait, no, we didn't trigger SSR. SSR is not triggered for 6% more to the downside. It's based off previous day close. Don't we need to move 15% for halt, or am I wrong in understanding? 10% to the downside. I haven't sold any covered calls yet. This is the bolometer? Measure bolometric pressure? Sure. XRT up 2.4%. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it also doesn't look bad yet. BBY is looking pretty juicy. I think we're gonna break up. I mean, this is probably just kind of what I expected with just selling off of calls and some deleveraging due to the overnight dip. So we're very much in the demand zone. Perfect time for a bunch of triangles and fib retracements. A test of 188 is definitely in the cards. Now just up rest of the day. We'll see. I spiked. Maybe GME next. What's AMC doing? AMC's having the same issue. BBBY is just pushing up. Same pattern as Thursday last week. Maybe a bounce off this. Trying. They halted to let hedgies catch their breath and get in front of the action, but we're Tom Petty, biatch. We won't back down. Let's fucking go. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure that this isn't a fucking rug pull. It's hard for them to pull the rug right now, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try. I think they may have failed. Volume P. Let's see. No puts yet. Yeah. Yeah, there should be data available. How many puts at market open? Cat not looking good. Whoa. Cat came down hard overnight. Heading for that 213 215.39 resistance. Start to look for turnarounds. Is that the rug pull? Not sure. That was a pretty fantastic push. It looks like they failed to drop the price here. And now bulls. But if buy side continues to be weak, they're going to try to push again. Shares returned to IBKR. How many? Ooh, it's not good. Hmm. Gotta be a point of support here. Nope. Maybe that's it. Is that the price from yesterday? 72. Yeah, that's what we were trying to break all day yesterday. Scared? Can you cradle me back to sleep? Well, SSR isn't triggered yet. Of OTC orders. I need to look for inputs. 1 second. I don't know if this is just like, so April 200s coming in. 38 million in call volume already. Puts 180. Sold. Bought. Jan 950 puts being bought. Those are kind of deep in. Stop. What's going on with the market? Market came down also, but it's stabilizing. It's a little magic 8 ball. I could tell you how far we'll fall. Hold on. Okay, this is not bullish. Fear has taken over the call holders. Yep. See, now it's like almost too fast. SSR is triggered. So I want to say ETFs are back on the table. Thank God I got stopped out. See you guys next quarter. Might be the end of it. 160 puts sold now. I'm starting to think today was the rug pull day. Don't ask why, just a hunch. Unless we bounce here, but it's unlikely. Ralph Wiggum, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. That's irritating too, because I exercised my $80 calls last night. Whatever, 80 is still a good price. People screaming crime. Well, we'll find a floor eventually. There we go. Maybe 165. If we follow Wyckoff, I mean, it looks almost perfect, right? Hold on. It's trading. Oh, it's gonna do this bullshit again. Dead cat rip. We'll see. This is 100% retail, right? No frown on down. Hands diamond, face smiling, seat gripped, ready to rip. Hedgie's trying to be cruel, but rocket's been loaded with fuel. Engines fire soon. See you fucks on the moon. Thanks, Secure Full Bull. Isn't this just following the market? That's not a good sign, though, right? J Fresh did this to us. Bullish divergence on the 15-minute. Hmm. Bit of a bounce. 158.50, I think, could be the low for the low price support. This window. We YOLO back into weeklies. Not yet. We are finding resistance on the 200 simple moving average on the daily. Is this significant? It can be if we can get a push up, but what's going on with the rest of the stocks? Anybody leading us? MC pushing up. Cat. Back up. Y, same deal. Express still falling off. I think even if we rally here, it's going to be minimal. For those of us still confused, what do you think just happened? I think they covered their hedge from last night. We tested 200. And institutions sold out of calls, which stopped the forward positive hedge. And then people sold out of calls. And this recovery looks weak. Is this the Wyckoff SOS? The test of 200 may have been, but I'm unable to pull up my trading view because, well, because of shit. Time to sell CCs. I sold some already. The question is, do we bounce here and turn around, or do we fail and they continue to drive the price down? Still have a day and tomorrow to run with SSR triggered, so I doubled down on 200 calls. I hope you get assigned. I don't care about that. This is good. I think the halt down was intentional to get people to paper hand. Possibly, yeah. Maybe I can uninstall. uh, Is there significant change in options OI? Calls are still being bought. So puts went up a little notionally, but not significantly. It's still super call favored. People want a fun stock with upside, but without any of the downside. Y'all need to invest in Wetzel's Pretzels instead. This is what we expected. Yeah, everyone is freaking out after only 45 minutes of trading. The day and week is not over yet. Riku, brothers. Riku. Riku to you too, sir. Fucking IV is bumping up super hard. What do you think about the relationship to Gurn? The fact that it's tracking Wyckoff to a T is all I need. Bullish, which should mean like a few days of consolidation. Although it's moving through Wyckoff like phase C very, very quickly if it is tracking it. Huh. Why I can't pull that up. It's very odd. BBBY going for 27. Oh, nice. BBBY running. OBS problem? I guess. I don't know. It won't let me bring up Trading View. Maybe there's another way to do it. This may be a bad time, but favorite chair ever? I don't know if I've ever found one. $500 more borrowed, 6.9K Fidelity shortable shares. Isn't today T+2? Yes. Any chance to hit 190 again? Possibly. We look good right now. This is a good reversal. It's picking up some strength. Slowly. We want to get... It's going to be tough to cross that weighted view up. Maybe they tried to hit that limit sell orders. Probably. Can you remind everyone that T+2 is just the last day to hedge, not the last day they hedge everything? They may be done already. Yeah, they could be done already. Also, I mean, T+2 can extend out into tomorrow, so that's something to remember as well. Lord of Nork. Let's fucking go. Start the day by tickling 200, knock back down to 160, immediately back to battle at 180. Are you not entertained? The stock giveth dopamine and then taketh away. Enjoy the ride, fellow apes and pickle man. It sure is hell compelling. Did you guys see Yelya's data? Look at Quantcord. What do you think about that? Sell Iron Condor 150 to 230. Fuck. We are here. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Maybe just kind of a slow consolidation day. Where are we? Oh no, it disappeared. What did he do with it? Going on with BBBY. Pushing 128 almost. Or 28. Cat a good entry right now? Seems to have found a floor here around 116. Maybe this could dip further. It got rejected already on this move up, so you know it could fall down just down below 115 still. It may stabilize. SPY coming down hard. SPY's kind of rallying a little bit now, pulling back to 458. Okay, so we broke up and then back down below that trend. So we'll see if we have a trend or some stability here. Fucking around with condors. They're pretty awesome. Especially when GameStop IVs through the roof. Bring it in via browser source, but it's not a browser, it's an application. I could try game capture. Maybe that'll work better. Oh. Nope. All right. Thanks for keeping us cool with your chill with your cool, calming stability. I appreciate all of your knowledge. Thanks, little orphan Danny. Yeah, I tried deleting the source and then capturing it again, and it still won't. See, like it just like the second I select it, it disappears. So weird. I'll have to figure that out. Display capture option? Maybe. Oh, that works. So if we look here, I mean it's almost as if we tested the SOS. Shit. I feel like I moved that somewhere it shouldn't be. There. Yeah. So I mean, very, very close, right? Like close enough that, you know, a turnaround back to this low at 158 doesn't seem unlikely. I don't know because we don't know what the FTDs are from like after Cohen's buy-in. We're still waiting for the FTD report for BBBY because it hasn't got on Reg Show yet, so we need to see the FTD report. Sign of strength. So it's kind of like the first test at a high before institutions are more confident in piling in again. So like after the first test of the SOS, there comes like another small accumulation period before the price moves drastically to the upside. $163 close to 158. Yeah, it's very close to like the what we were looking at. And the speed at which it happens just depends on the interest in the underlying, right? So Wyckoff can, you know, accumulation can move through phases very, very quickly or slowly. When's the Freg Show report? Accumulation good to play up and down. That's a little less predictable. The number of accumulation phases it goes through before moving to the upside isn't really something you can rely on. Like, it can be 3, it can be 4, it can be 8. The idea is that after this test of strength and the price of the underlying, that when the price of the underlying drops, um, about 20%, uh, then it becomes a very attractive buy, right? Because it's such a near term higher price target. And then institutions essentially double down in this phase, driving the price even higher as it moves into phase D. Why? What's he going on about? Tesla? Tesla's not looking great right now. So GameStop failing to hold. I think we're just gonna be headed down a little bit. Either that or stabilize here. CNS today, Feb 9th, I think might be significant. If W theory holds up, what kind of timeline are we looking at? Is there a time frame for Wyckoff to prove true? Is it simply based on price action? It the time frames can vary because it is in fact price analysis. So like we went through that spring and test very, very rapidly. And then the run into SOS even faster. So probably within the same time frame, but that'll depend on institutions, right? So I'd say we'd keep progressing through the rest of phase C very quickly. Is phase D gonna meet my April 8th call expiry? I have no idea. I mean, Wyckoff is generally like it signals a buy period, and then you're buying in for like a long hold. Ceasefire talks in Ukraine driving the market down? Shouldn't. When do you think it'll be good to start selling CCs? I already sold some spreads. Some calendar spreads. Bullish consolidation on BBBY. Yeah, this looks good. I think it's gonna at least retest. And this looks nice. RH user showing a screenshot that was 510 call was in the money right before the halt and then out of the money during the halt. Not a statement on Robinhood, who I agree sucks. Backed up by at least one other Robinhood user. What the fuck? That's odd. I mean, it's not like I trust Robinhood's data to be accurate. Obviously, it wasn't in the money, right? Was it just up or in the money? People don't know the difference between an option being up and in the money. I'm sorry, but I sold my 135C. Anytime I'm holding GME options, my portfolio timeline looks like an EKG. You said we were in phase C of Wyckoff. Do you mean phase D where SOS happens? Uh, yeah, sorry. Phase D, E. The spring test or C. Do I have these marked right? Yes. Phase D. Phase D. Sorry. Phase D moving into phase E. If that was, in fact, the end of the run for the test of SOS, which may not be the case. Could phase D happen in a single day? That's not very likely. So expecting the next low to be around 158 if we're in phase D. Yes. Around there. Roughly. I mean, it may not be exactly at 158. Borrow rate decreasing on IBKR. Yeah, that should be a concern. I mean, shares are being returned. Significantly? What's on stream quality? Shift search not wildly bullish though. So we're not seeing a lot of puts coming in yet. No, because I can buy back CCs. Even though we're dipping, if it's following the Wyckoff model, is that bullish overall still? Yeah. It's really the retention of these price points that's going to be important. If this is, just that shift from D to E, and we're gonna consolidate a little before moving up even higher, then it's gonna be all about retaining these price points in this range, this higher range. If we start to slip down below like 150 again, then that's indicative of moving back into another accumulation period. That's awesome, Trash. Listen, all the options that were long term just jumped to 20 ask and then halted or whatever. Yeah, I know. What about Feb FTDs T plus 35? I mean, we have them going on right now. Like today's Feb 9th on the ETF side, Feb 20 something on the market maker side. I put them in the daily. Why BBY not tanking with the rest of the basket? No idea. Could be that they haven't run it yet. So it may be that it's kind of not doing well though here. It didn't bounce. It failed the resistance. This is less bullish. done yet. I think the thing that's going to hurt GME the most is this lack of volume and IV crushing. CNS, can we easily handle the FTDs of this volume? I'm assuming. Yeah. How the fuck are they going to settle FTDs from last week plus this week, closing in on 80 million shares traded the past 7 trading days? I mean, we won't see the effects of that for some time, though, Benjamin. T+2 plus 35 at least. Would you say sell BBBY calls if it's so bullish anymore? I'm thinking about it. This can still break up. It's just not great. Like, these pennants are kind of unreliable. So this could still fail. If it does, then, I mean, maybe. Although, you know, BBBY may not be running on the same time frames that GameStop is, right? It's in different ETFs. It's like it's in the Russell 2000 still. This will be the question for the day. What happened at the halt? Why halted? Why bid ask of 0.02 to 485,000? I mean, I don't know about the bid ask. It's possible that, you know, the ask side of the order book cleared out momentarily. But I didn't see that on here. I had like a spread of like 80 cents. But the halt happened because we dropped 10% very rapidly. You're saying Ivy Crush will hurt GMA because it'll Ivy Crush will mean that they won't have to hedge their volatility positions as much, Stefan. If Ivy starts to drop off, they can return to being short vol, which generally for GameStop has meant that, you know, the price gets shorted back down. That'll make options cheap again. But, you know, then the question is, when do we run again? Can there be a flag, not a pennant? Sure. Although this low wasn't, this wasn't a lower low, right? This was, I mean, I guess if you go out to here and just off the volatility, sort of, it is breaking up though. My work just sent me an HR email offering financial planning and addiction treatment services. They must see my trading PC history. Nice. Why do you think folks got notifications that their 510s were in the money? I have no idea. I don't get notifications when options are in the money. Jimmy, please go up so I can make this GFE worth it. We didn't actually drop 10%. High of 199, halt at 182. So not quite 10%. I think they said it was an IV halt, right? Or like a volatility halt. So it could have just been the spike in vol. Did you adjust the bolometer? Yeah. Pretty media release 33 minutes ago. Jimmy failing. Best Bot 1000. Just want to say I love you and also ask a smooth question. Do all brokerages have things like stop loss functions, trailing stops, etc.? For the most part, they all have stop losses. It was not a 10% down move halt. Okay. I didn't get a chance to check it when the halt was active, but chat said that it was a volatility halt. I think a couple of people DM'd me. Mr. Ko-Fi. Oh, I didn't, did I? $165p selling off. This is a Luddle halt. Yeah, I know. But it didn't limit down. 199 to 181 is 10%. I don't think we hit 181 when we halted, though. I think we halted before that, right? Didn't we hit? Yeah, we hit like 182. I guess 180, 182. 181. Six. This is actually not a bad recovery. BBY just broke out to the upside. It's moving very nicely. Fight for your right to break 180. The old battle for 180. Yeah. Why the calls I tried buying this morning have different format, name, symbol than the ones I bought yesterday? I have no idea what kind of issues you're experiencing with your brokerage. So if that was that was the bottom, that'd be very quick. So wait. I guess it's possible. MX. Assume you got censored. Nope. Dear Pickle, I can see you have your hands full today. I promise to stop harassing you with offers of marriage, lest you report me to the Dan's HR department. Check Discord later. Hopefully I can coax you out a little. Thank you, MX. I appreciate it. Baby Beluga. Okay, I read that. We extend the y-axis on WeBull. I have no idea. Mike is cutting out a lot. I'm not sure why. Is that better? Mike's good for you? No? Ah, turn it up a little bit. In my humble opinion, this just looks like institutional repositioning combined with some dehedging. Now we rip again or not, but hopefully yes. I mean, that's what we would be dealing with if we were moving into like the rest of phase D of Wyckoff, right? Would be institutional repositioning. What CCs did you sell? 200s, 220s, and 250s. I sold the 250s on the test of 190. So those were good. 200's not doing so hot right now, but I'm sure they'll be okay. Cool, man. Fidelity back up to 90K available. See, that I don't like. I don't like the return shares. Phase D, sorry, I didn't get that reference. Here, I'll show you. So if this was our test, our sign of strength test this morning, and we're coming back down, yeah, we're gonna see some consolidation over the next shit, I don't know, few days, couple weeks, while institutions reposition and then drive the price higher into phase E. We've been tracking this very, very closely. So I think it's possible that that this continues to play out, which would definitely mean a lot more institutional interest in GameStop, right? And if we go back to, you know, last year when Cohen bought in, you know, very similar, right? If we look at Cohen and I don't know why these are so far down. Burry's buy-ins. But you know, this was like our move, our like phase D, and then consolidation and move into phase E ended up being the, you know, January sneeze. But it's not like a bad thing, right? Like if this is the case and we get to move into like you know, a consolidation period and people get to re-enter call options for the next move to the upside, especially if we can hold this floor at, you know, 158. That's bullish as fuck. Any idea how to check GFEs on WeBull? I think you're under your risk thing. When is the start of phase E? When we start to break up out of the consolidation period. So when we start to break up above the sign of strength, that's considered like the end of phase D. I hope you're wrong and we moon today. Okay. I mean, I do too. But we might not. Is BBBY Wyckoff too? A little bit. Lame. BBBY is really struggling to break out here. That's a little. Yeah, we're just crossing VWAP now. You think about 422 250s I got at the 163 dip. Might be in time. We get another single $10 green candle like we did at market open, that'd be awesome. AMC just broke out hard. Cool. GameStop IV just spiked. Pushing back up. Let's see. Your opinion on selling a CC for this Friday 180? 180 is pretty risky. Docu equals bullish. Yeah. It's moving up towards that 111 test. Though, how many stocks have this much intraday volatility on no news? I mean, a few. Not many, though. Ooh, we're doing it. We're doing things. Filter. Let's see, where do we distance here? Express and XRT definitely covering, right? I mean, not really going to use Express as a point of judgment, but XRT looks like, yeah, there's covering still going on here. My calls on XRT are finally in the money. Well, my $80 ones, my 85s are still. And I hope you get a sign on those 200s. That's fine. I exercised like 1,000 shares last night, and I only sold 6 CCs today. When and if I get assigned, does the money come into my Fidelity account immediately, or do I have to wait? You have to wait. T+1 is usually available. We still haven't seen a gamma squeeze. We'll see what happens. What do you think of some of the posts on Supersonic saying they're 310, 500 were briefly in the money right before the halt, as well as some charts showing a spike to 350? I mean, it's interesting. It may have been that like an order filled that high momentarily, or you know, that was the next order in the chain, and then the clearinghouse rejected it. Like just a big gap up. Seems like Kenny can't afford those nice Persian rugs anymore. I don't think they've bought Friday's shares yet. Maybe not. I mean, we did see a lot of price action yesterday, though, so. Robinhood also set a bunch of options to 0.01. And this spike was like exactly the Nave Gax that we were expecting. It was like 2.1 million shares. And so this would have been the 362 million notional that we were expecting from the hedging yesterday. Can you explain how to exercise calls when you don't have enough cash in the account? Do you use margin? You can use margin, or you can exercise and sell to cover, which you have to call the broker to do and speak to the options desk. Kenny about to have to use IKEA bedposts rather than crate and barrel. Odds are they haven't covered T+2 150 calls from Friday. Pretty slim. I think everyone's forgetting that, you know, from Friday to today we moved what, $40 at our peak, almost. A little more. $48. What's your bullish level at? It's coming up. If we break 185.34, I'll probably re-enter some calls, but I got stopped out here. So I got some exercised last night, and then I got stopped out on the rest of my call position this morning. But if we break 185, I'll buy into some more. Just get my first pattern day trader warning from Fidelity after over a year. Rite of passage? I guess. I've honestly never gotten a PDT warning. I've always used cash accounts when my balance was low. Could high strike calls get an in the money alert because halt put the bid ask at 0? Maybe. We have a similarly violent bounce off of 200 the next time we hit it. Possibly. Can we see the Wyckoff chart again? Sure. So what we'd be looking for, I mean, if this was the sign of strength, then we should have a move up that's, you know, in a lesser range. So like 190. And then a rejection back down to like the 160s again. If this was the test of this like SOS and then the failure. Although I think this will take a little longer to break down from the peak. So I think we can move up, but we're probably gonna shuffle down a little bit before we start to consolidate. No, that's off. Back that up. I'll have to reload. Do you have trailing stops? I had a pretty tight one this morning because I expected some fuckery. And that happened. So I got a good exit. I mean, not the best, but decent. I think I stopped out like right here at like 190.85. For the most part. Some of them had a little slippage, and then some of them got caught in the halt, and well, I guess I still have my 120s and 2 115 contracts. But my 85s, 90s, 95s, 100s, and 105s are gone. So sell calls at 190, wait to re-enter. I mean, that's kind of what I did. How do you make a conditional stop for calls, which tracks the price of the underlying? You can use Black-Scholes, or some brokerages have like a predicted price. I think TDA does. Ko-Fi? Sorry. Russell, I know everyone is on the edge and wary of a rug pull, but I have an itch in my butt telling me we might never go down again. The battle for 80 is behind us thrice, 2-1 to retail. Now begins the battle of 200. Your move, Kenneth. Yeah, everyone's very bullish. I like that we're recovering, albeit slowly. This is a good sign. We didn't just continue to go straight down, but this recovery is still not, you know, in line with our even yesterday's price action, right? I mean, we're still behind a bit. Sign of strength. I think if you want to know more about Wyckoff, I put like a pretty good article in the my like Wyckoff DD that I wrote, Wyking off for OPEX. But essentially it's a price advance on an increasing spread relative to higher volume. It usually takes place after the spring. And it's supposed to be like a validation of the prior action. So it's like a confirmation test of a high price point. And then it usually falls back afterwards, after the sign of strength, to near the like LPS, which is the last point of support. And then, you know, essentially that confirming a new floor. And then you usually get a surge of institutional interest after that drives the price up again. And then it starts to consolidate as a little more accumulation takes effect. And then you get another spring and a test, essentially, and then move into phase E. Or a test and a spring and a move into phase E. So like the phase D completes with like a move from the like higher resistance. So you have your LPS, which is your last point of support. You have your SOS up here, and then you have your high support or high resistance. And so essentially after testing the SOS, you come down near the LPS, bouncing above the high resistance, and then it will continue to consolidate in that range. And then you get another, and a lot of Wyckoff analysis won't list this, but you get another test because sometimes this falls lower as institutions try to get a cheaper price. And you'll get a test and a spring before shooting up into phase E. And it can go by very, very quickly. It can happen in 4 days. It can happen in 4 weeks. That's kind of the hard part with Wyckoff. It's very hard to determine the shift between phases. The hardest one being the move from phase C to D, which we've definitely experienced. Like that's already confirmed at this point. Because phase C can keep kind of repeating itself over and over and over again until enough accumulation has occurred. Well, then you start to move into distribution. So that the end of phase E signals the end of the accumulation period. And then you hit like a preliminary supply and you create a new like upward trend, right? That's like kind of like this, and this is your buying climax, which is the point at which no more buying really occurs. And then, you know, in phase C of distribution, you exceed the buying climax. And that goes into the like up thrust. It's called up thrust after distribution. What dates would you look at to capture Wyckoff if not trying to play the individual peaks and valleys? I mean, you want enough time for it to go from phase E of accumulation through phase A of distribution. Oh, you guys can't see that. Sorry. Wyckoff stuff is kind of pervy. Doesn't Wyckoff not account for a possible short squeeze? It actually kind of does. Because shorts are considered before you move into the phase C like spring, like the test. This is the point at which the stock is generally most over short. And this should also be a signal for shorts to get out before the spring occurs. If the whatever shorts get trapped in the spring and subsequent test of the SOS, they're usually underwater, right? And then when we move into phase E, they get buried. Because in phase E, you know, you're moving up so much beyond the price of the SOS. And then, you know, spring is back down here in phase C. And so this is where the shorts went underwater. And then, you know, usually they get squeezed out at the beginning of distribution. Well, SOS may have been this, but we don't know yet. Is the Wyckoff price analysis, i.e. months-long manipulation, super duper expensive to do? Does this massive expense show commitment for institutional money to jump in? Generally, yeah. It's more just the way institutions move into positions, Stefan, as they move around their valuation models. And it holds true, but it's more of a like psychological analysis of smart money, which is good for GameStop because retail participation in GameStop has very little effect on the price. Looking at doing cash secure put to add to my position from this run gains, but I've never done it. I have enough to afford selling a 150 or 160, but what dates would one look at? Thoughts? I mean, you'll make more premium the further you sell it, the further out you sell it, but you're less likely to be assigned if that's your goal. So if you sell it nearer term and the price falls below like 160 and that's where you want to buy, you're more likely to be assigned on those shares and collect your premium and be assigned. If you sell it further out, you may not be assigned on a dip, right? And like you'll still get the premium, but you'll also tie up that money for a long period of time. Nice, dude. You take a quick look at CLVR. That was one of the Pickles picks. It's doing a thing. Hey, I was right. Well, it had a very good day. It didn't. When was this for? Was this week? Can't remember. Let's see. CLVR was this week. Okay, so this crashed overnight and now it's recovering. I think this one was from the scanner. That's interesting that it crashed afterward. I was weirded out because this picked up on the scanner after a run, but it may have picked up the delta sensitivity spike, which, you know, they shorted in response to. So if this is going to run, and it does the same thing Docu did, it could be like 7 days before it reclaims this peak. I think right now. I mean, that's kind of where we're at on the scanner, but yeah, it should be a 7-day signal from this dip. So from the shorting of the sensitivity spike, then it should be up to 7 days before it realizes this price point again. It can continue up afterwards, but you know, I think out to 21 days for the peak of the run. So this is good. It's broken higher than the second shoulder, and it does indicate a turnaround. No, this isn't GMA. This is it was one of the Pickles picks from this week. What's the time frame on this Wyckoff rip? I mean, we can assume that it's going to be about a week or two before phase E, based on the price action up to the SOS. So the amount of time it took us to climb up to the sign of strength kind of indicates how long the rest of phase D should be. But it's possible, you know, if interest dies off, that phase D can drag out even longer. I'm sorry, did I miss a Ko-Fi? I apologize. Sorry, Tim. I don't know if you're an amazing teacher or these 30 milligram XRs are kicking in, but I'm actually starting to understand what you're talking about these days. Thanks for teaching us slow days in and days out. You're the man. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it, dude. Not a problem. Could Jamie still be rug pulled or they failed to? That may have been the rug pull. Like, there may be more of them, but that may have been the rug pull that we saw, the halt earlier. Like, they still don't have a lot of strength right now, and there's still a fairly strong positive delta hedge, right? So I think they're still avoiding using the, like, their standard in the money, out of the money put option. Now this could be either because the market maker doesn't want to fucking do it, or just because they're afraid of the positive delta hedge driving their puts out of the money. So if they set up this position, you know, which is like a couple $100 million to put into place, and you know, then all of a sudden there's another surge of institutional FOMO, and the price drives up through their in the money puts, they're fucked, right? Like they'll just lose all that money. It's gone like that. So we don't see them doing that, and that does indicate that we're going to see some stability, right? If they're not trying to do their standard, you know, out of the money puts, short into it, and then force the market maker to hedge. their short side and try to gamma squeeze us down. Now if interest falls off, right, and like volume dwindles, then we could see them try to push down. Hydrate, pal. I've been drinking water this whole time, man. Thank you, though. So if that was the SOS test, then Wyckoff could be anywhere this week to next month. Yeah, because after the SOS, it's really, you don't really know how many accumulation cycles the stock will go through during this consolidation period. It's just, you know, and it can keep dragging out, right? Especially if volume dwindles before it breaks up. And so it is hard to tell. You can use like the strength of each individual accumulation based on their relevance to the sign of strength limit. So if they're getting stronger, that usually means that it's going to break out faster. If they're weakening, like lower highs, especially lower lows, it can drag out for quite some time. That was an orchestrated halt. I've seen us go up and down more than 10% before and don't get halted. GME and AMC halted at once. Yeah, I agree. Epic volume candle on XRT that moved nowhere. I've been watching this stream religiously start to finish. Yesterday I stopped at 3 and my headphones are dying. Did I miss you going shirtless? You did. Possible the consolidation only takes 1 to 2 days. Yes. Estimated date for the beginning of phasey? It's hard to say. I would say early April. Like, maybe the second week of April. Which is interesting because that lines up really well with kind of expectations for BBBY as well. Speaking of BBBY, what's it doing? Oh, gross. It's gonna bounce. Been lurking in the stream since the perm. Finally made some good options plays this cycle. Learning so much from you. Thank you for all you do. I mean, you're welcome. Thanks, dude. Can phasey be pushed to the next cycle? It could be out that far, yeah. So I call price analysis is expensive. I already answered that, man. Why are you asking me again? Only the largest hedge funds can do it. Which ones? I mean, they all participate, right? Probably sus. Sus would be the largest that's involved on the short side that we know of. I mean, except the primes, which could just be bag holding the short position, right? Still investigated for shop squeeze last week. Interesting. What do we have to hit for another shirtless session? significantly more bullish momentum. Please adjust the bullimeter to reflect full bull status. Baby, we rippin'. Yeah, essentially what happens in a Volga Vana squeeze is that IV goes up so high that they run out of calls to hedge with. So they're buying these outliers, right? These super far out of the money calls and puts. And when these are no longer available to them, right, they have to start buying the underlying. Because IV has exceeded their ability to hedge on the chain. And we saw this happen in January, in the January sneeze, because the price exceeded the chain. So as long as GameStop's price is contained within the available options chain, then it's fine. But like this week, I think our highest strike was like 265. If we'd exceeded 265, that could have been very detrimental to their volatility positions. But basically, so they start by hedging, right? They're constantly hedging this drive up in volatility, which causes lots of options churn and lots of purchasing of options contracts to hedge. And that's why, you know, if you read the SEC report, they discuss how the primary purchasers of call options were these market makers. And by doing that, you know, you're also driving up the delta hedge, which in turn drives up the price. And then when the price finally exceeds or breaks the call chain, there's nowhere else to hedge, and so they have to buy the underlying. They can all afford it. It just depends on the price of. I mean, GameStop is a relatively small company, Stefan. There aren't many hedge funds so small that they couldn't just buy GameStop outright. I mean, Citadel has 500 billion in assets under management. Susquehanna is in the trillions. Uh, you know, those are funds, right? GameStop's worth $13 billion. Do you not think they'll push us as low as possible for April 14th options exposure, like they typically do on these big rips? Yeah, I think so. I think they'll try to. I mean, there's not really anything coming from April 14th options exposure, probably. We'll have some residual effects from FTDs generated on this run up, but those will be further out. If BBBY is trading below its book, is there a time frame or a catalyst that could bring us back to that besides the FTDs? Probably the FTDs should probably be sufficient, depending on how many they're clearing out right now with the price continuing. Hold on, I need to do something. 290. Please. This looks like a Head and Shoulders forming out, by the way. Looks like AR is about 160. Would that be accurate? AR is at 174.01 and occurred in the after hours run. And it's actually 170. Hold on, I need to zoom in on. 175.12. I feel like we should call January what it was. It was a Volgavana squeeze. Yeah, we should. Do you guys see this in the money calls at $500 notifications this morning? Yeah, we've heard. If BBBY is trading below its book value, is there a time frame or catalyst that can bring us back to that besides the FTDs? Answer that. Head and shoulders means down. Usually, they very rarely break to the upside. If it does, it'll break here. It'll be like possibly that, but it already failed that. So I would say, wait, let me look at it on the 5-minute because it's gonna be more accurate there. It looks like we're moving into the low shoulder or the right shoulder here. So we may see the price come back up to like the 179 range before falling off. But this is a very, like, even with the volume spike where it is, this definitely looks like a head and shoulders playing out. Is PayPal a good entry now? I don't see like what the future there is. MJ. So you're buying it because it's cheap, but is it cheap enough? Like, what are they doing to improve their forward-looking business model? Because, you know, after they got dropped by eBay, I wouldn't say that there's a lot of confidence. Do you think hitting 200 was the extent of our run today? I mean, we'll see. I've sold a few covered calls. I sold 6 covered calls today. If we have another test, I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if we tested 200 again today. We'll have to wait quite some time for that interest to reaccumulate after people sold out. We're smart enough to call it a Volgavana squeeze and not a sneeze. We as a community are smart enough. We need to stop downplaying our intelligence. Do we have enough data points yet to know whether this run was due to OPEX being delayed? Has the cycle shifted? Or is this the ETS rebalancing causing obligations to be covered? I think it's a bit of 3, but 3 due to 1 and 2 so far. I mean, obviously, we're gonna have to sit down and analyze a lot more of the data that occurred over this run, but it does appear that, you know, not only did they compound their obligations more than they generally do by pushing it out an extra month, but that the ETF rebalancing kind of forced their hand into covering those obligations. Is now a good time to enter BBBY? I don't think so. I mean, Ivy is kind of getting crushed out right now. Probably wait for it to move lower. I'm probably going to close these. Maybe not yet. August. Do I need to close these out? I close these. Yeah, it's going to continue to slip. GameStop approaching. This will be critical, I think. This, and it may have already broken through it. Honestly, what's weird is this is slow. This is a very slow bleed of the price. Usually, this happens more rapidly. Should exit these, but I don't... yeah. How long do we need to stay flat before IV crush? I mean, IV is already crushing down. Six, 7, 8. $70 dropping. IV's about at what it was at market open now. So it is dropping. Yeah, you want to use CSPs after the downtrend is done. So generally on GameStop, the best point to sell CSPs is after our peak. Once we've found a stable floor. Or on the moves up. PayPal, 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 PayPal. Jesus. Cool. I mean, it's kind of chasey at this point, right? And it's like right on resistance too. I don't love it. It's kind of bullish. It pushes higher. Maybe 126. Yeah, it's not my favorite. I think the drop in valuation there is pretty fair, honestly. Miss my Ko-Fi, I don't understand why I don't make a ton of money when the cost of the premium for my selected strike and date increases. I don't make money when the cost of the premium for my selected strike and date increases. What are you talking about? I missed your Ko-Fi. If I sell a okay. If I sell a CSP at 160, 422 for $14 premium, why do I lose money if that strike price increases to say 1450? Why isn't that profit for my CFP if the cost of that strike increases? Because you only, when you sell options, you only collect premium at the time it was sold. And so what it's showing is you're not losing money. It's just showing you your loss in the position, right? So if the premium goes up, you know, by entering it when you did, you've lost $50. Your risk is still capped at, you know, the cost to buy the shares. But if you want to buy it back and the premium is higher, then you will be out $50. This is decent. Probably still weak though. Docu going well. I mean, I sold my Docu at the test of 103 back here. I think it was right here. No, it was further back than that. I think I sold it here on this like volatility spike. 102.33. It's moved back up. I mean, it keeps going. I might re-enter soon as it moves up to this test of 111. Because I think if it breaks that, it's really gonna move. So I'll probably re-enter Docu soon. Maybe today if there's some consolidation. The CSP not same like CC. CSP not a form of residual income, just a one-time transaction to make price of premium at time of purchase at the cost of tying up capital needed for assignment. I mean, it is also a form of income if you're not assigned. If you sell CSP is out of the money, then you simply collect the premium. It's what's being reflected is your cost to buy to close the contract, which you don't have to do. You can just let it expire. And if it expires out of the money, it will expire worthless. And you will simply gotten the premium that you obtained from selling it. So they are both ways of generating income or via options. Is that bullish? A little bit. See if we can regain this trend. So these were able. Best way to hedge a covered call? A nearer the money option. A long option, like a long call. So if you have like a 200 cc, you can buy like a 190 C And, you know, that you can, and then if, you know, the price runs up, you can sell the 90 to buy back the 200 cc. You bearish, bro? A little bit. We'll see. For today, yeah. Typically, how much do you lose when you buy back a CC? I mean, sometimes nothing, right? Like, for example, I sold these BBBY $28 calls. If I were to buy those back right now, I'm still up $27. But the GameStop calls I sold earlier, IV is driven back up. So, you know, if I buy these back, I'm out 1,500. I do. It's just nonsense. 510s weren't in the money at any point. If there was a bid, there may have been a gap up at the peak of volatility that, you know, marked a bid, like or the ask at, you know, 510 before they slammed the price back down. And, you know, that can just trigger the notification from the brokerage. But the clearinghouse is gonna kick that order. They're not gonna fill it. Like, MBBO isn't gonna let the price gap up $500. If you're approved for level 1 options, you can sell CCs, but you can't buy them back. You should be able to buy them back. So CSPs, if you only collect premium once at a time of selling and the premium increases, the more the price decreases towards your strike, then would buying a CSP make sense? Just short dated weeklies if you can afford to tie up capital. You're selling a CSP? A cash secure put is a sold contract. Are you not understanding how these work? It's a short call or a short put. So, you know, say you were to sell a CSP on GameStop at 175 right now, right? And you will collect whatever the premium is. If the price goes up, the premium will drop, netting you a profit from where you sold it. If the price goes down, the premium will increase, meaning that you will buy, if you buy it back, you will buy it back at a loss. If you hold the contract through till assignment, and let the theta decay and the price is still below 175, then you will buy shares. You will be assigned shares at 175. If we retest 200, does it change the Wyckoff theory? If we push up above 200, it does. It just means that we have, the higher we push, let me just show you. So the higher we push up, if we do, could just mean a higher sign of strength. Like we could theoretically push up here to 222. So the range for the sign of strength to occur was in here, and I kind of just had it set towards the midpoint. We hit it pretty closely to where I set it, but it's still a little lower. But yeah, we could push all the way up to 222. And because this occurred on such a short time frame, this may not necessarily indicate that we've hit the SOS. Like we've had other consolidations away from the constant drive up in price action, right? So, you know, we could very much still be in this phase and not have experienced the sign of strength yet. What will indicate the sign of strength is, you know, a recovery to a lower high and then another failure. So if we start to see our next high drop off, that means that we're entering this segment of our of phase D. Which is possible, right? Because we had our sign of strength here, and we've already seen a test of like the lowest possible support. So it could be that, you know, we're moving up into the first of these. And then, you know, if we're rejected again at a higher price or a lower price than our sign of strength, then that would mean that we've entered this next period of the accumulation. No, BBBY would be in like phase D right now, I think. Test, spring, and then a move up to a sign of strength. And BBBY very well maybe. There's been some massive block orders on BBBY since Cohen's buy-in. It may even still be in phase C though, honestly. So we broke out of that a little bit. Ever get tired of being right? I mean, I'm not right all the time. The next period of accumulation, ideally higher highs and higher lows, or lower highs and higher lows, or something different. Ideally, you want lower highs and higher lows. So you want consolidating price action, right? So you want it to move from here, because this will be a lower. Your sign of strength is up here, right? And then you want lower high, higher low, lower high, higher low, and then the correlation of your Wyckoff estimate to price action is impressive. I was bearish way too early. Thanks for all your work and effort. Thanks, Johnny. I'm not good at TradingView, or I do this myself, but how well does August movements match up with this Wyckoff pattern? It took us a while to drop, and we chopped after August OPEX. A little bit. If you actually look at all of GameStop's price action over the year, much of it can be explained with tests, like distributive tests. So accumulation periods, right after the run, and then a run at distribution, but ultimately a fail after the sign of strength, right? And that's pretty much true for all of them. Like, you know, we have the spring here, we have SOS here, and then a failure. We have, you know, here we have spring, test spring, SOS. This actually moved into one phase of phase D and then broke down, right? So we never really, and if you look at the year as a whole, you could even consider that like Wyckoff as well, like the entire year, and then this would be the test and spring, right? Oh, this is the spring. So even on the yearly, we may be moving. We may not have even seen like this near term phase E that we're tracking could also be, you know, the long term shift from C to D on the longer time scale, and probably even out here on the weekly, right, where it really looks like a long accumulation period after our run to 483. If we consider, you know, this decline to be the beginning of the accumulation phase, and these points of it are points of accumulation, and then, you know, this decline into the low test, and this is the spring. No, I'm not. It's compelling, it's interesting, it works sometimes it's more accurate than others. It's just another tool in the toolbox, I suppose. Elliott waves are bullshit. They're good for tracking indexes, and that's about it. And I still think there's better ways of tracking indexes. I mean, you should learn all of them, right? Because the more you know about all, like, whether it be Dow or Wyckoff or, you know, fibs or fractals, I mean, the more you understand about all of them, you know, the better position you are to do analysis, or at least technical analysis. So they're good to know. They're not always applicable, and it's best to know when they're applicable and when they're not, right? Thoughts on chicharrones? They're like a protein. They're like protein potato chips. I'm not a huge fan of them. With these cycles, would you see it's a good strategy to sell CCs at the money towards the end of the run and use the premium to buy longer dated calls out of the money? Yeah, you can do that. How bullish are you? It's dropping as we repeatedly fail 182. We broke out of this descending wedge and failed 182 again at a lower high with less volume. Volume's dropping off. These are generally not signs that are indicative of the price recovering in the near term. Unless this is the accumulation, it's possible. Why does Superstock call everything crime when most of our negative price action hasn't been caused by crime? Because they don't understand, and it's an easy out to just say, oh, that's crime, instead of trying to actually learn what's going on. No sign of puts coming in yet. No, because it's still very risky for them to buy puts. Until they get their shares returned and that borrow rate down, I don't think we'll see a large number of puts. They're too exposed right now. If they start buying large put hedges, institutions will blow them up. Over the past week, XRT fell in price, GME surged. Today, XRT gapped up as green, while GME had its first major red price action. Shouldn't they positively correlate rather than inverse? Well, not if they're using XRT for creation, right? Because they're going to short it to create shares. And then when they cover shorts, then they'll have shares back that they could use to short GameStop with. When's do you think this run is going to be over, assuming it doesn't MOASS? I don't know. I'm looking for us to kind of consolidate here for a few days. Did you get out of all your BBY leaps? No, not my leaps, just my August, like my out of the money August stuff, because it was way up. I'll probably be rolling that money into BBBY leaps. Are we still gonna run up more, or is this the end? We could. We really need to break out of this not so great trend. I mean, I guess we're holding an uptrend, but this is more likely to break down than it is to break up. It's weak, and it's, you know, losing its ability to break through this 182 resistance. I mean, it failed the higher trend here. It failed the lower trend here. It continues to hit and fail and fall. And if it falls, you know, below this trend, like, it's even less likely that it's going to continue up. This was our best chance for breaking 182. It's not looking better now. So unless some serious interest comes in or volume, maybe into the mid-afternoon when we have some more volume. But right now it looks like, you know, CNS FTD covering at a low channel, which means some control over price action. I mean, do you want me to be honest with you, or do you just want me to be full bull? How far out are leaps? Leaps are actually specific contracts. Currently June, January 23rd, and January of 2023 and January of 2024 are the open leap contracts. I just don't want people to get Fregsdayed again, right? Yeah, I mean, you need to consider that. I mean, I'm not full bear. I still think we can move. I would have sold a lot more covered calls if I thought we were done. I've only sold 6 covered calls. And if we break 185, I'm piling back into options. This higher bounce is good. We didn't fall back down to the trend line. This could push. A little bit of volume. Do you think CLVR will break back to 480 soon? Yeah, I mean that's the play that, like, the scanner is picking up, is this, like, move back to the upside. I mean, this is a bump and run reversal too. If you look, so it's reversing. It's very likely that it'll retest, like, at least 350, maybe 4. I think I called the play out over the weekend. So if people bought in Monday morning, they're down, but close to recovery, right? Opened at like $3. People probably didn't buy into the red, but obviously this entry is better. What options will you be looking into? Expiries and strikes. If we close at Or if we break 185, I'll probably buy just in the monies, like 160s or something. Yeah, they're regaining some control over the price action, at least today. My broker has CLVR on close only. Oh, weird. Are you using GME options gains to accumulate more GME shares? Usually, yeah. I mean, I exercised 10 contracts yesterday. Weeklies are far dated on your 160s. If I buy 160s, I'll probably buy them for April 8th. I don't want to pay for a lot of theta on in the money contracts, right? Why don't you pop off that shirt and give us a little help with the price action here? I can pop my shirt off all day, but it's not gonna change what's happening. Actually says 10 contracts, so it's still a shill, definitely. I mean, that's like what I had the money to exercise. And I wasn't gonna exercise like 100s because they're way above my cost basis. Even exercising the 180s, I think, drove my cost basis up just a little bit, not a lot, but doing what I can. I didn't remember on this run. I didn't have any out of the money calls. I'd reduced risk down to like, we were talking about it before the run, but I dropped all my options between like 80 and 130. So I didn't have when the run kicked off, I didn't have anything like I didn't have any like 200s or 250s or 300s. I picked up some money on trading the volatility spikes, but I wasn't holding like these far out of the money contracts, and these are usually what I would sell to exercise these in the money contracts. More data points are required to build a thesis. Pop that shirt, boy. What if I told you guys it's only going to ever happen at the peak of the run before a rug pull? How often is a CC assigned early? Pretty rarely. It depends on how far out it is and if liquidity is needed, but it's pretty rare. It's not that it can't happen. It can, but it is rare. What I don't think we're going to do is fall back to like 120 or 100. So I think we will sustain these support levels. But I think they're already beginning to bleed off IV. Can you still deepen the money CCs at the $20 strike or even $1 strike? That's the opposite. Wait, oh, deep in the money CCs. Okay, use that premium to buy other deep in the money calls and exercise them. You will lower your cost basis, but lose the covered shares, right? Sure. I mean, if you do it right, then yeah, you'll make profits. Like you're gonna sell it deep in the money CC. You're just trying to reap the arbitrage from the difference. Good luck. I mean, you're gonna get murdered on the bid ask. Do CSP get assigned every time they're in the money? Usually, yeah. If they're more than $1 in the money, you'll probably get assigned on them. Will you DRS your hat after a squeeze? My hat. I'm gonna frame it. Auction it off for charity to take off some of my taxes. Multiple post MOASS. posts on SS saying broker alerts saying their 510s were in the money before the halt. Well, they're not anymore. So your thesis is this shirt pop predicates a rug pull. There's only one way to find out. Otherwise, it's just superstition. So trying to get me to take my shirt off. I did it once. It's not happening again. My bullishness is dropping. We just failed yet another trend. Did you hear about the broker alerts? Yes. Yeah, your 510s were definitely not in the money. Don't worry. I'll tell you what happened. Volatility peaked out, and there were probably the bids, the ask got bought out. Then there was a gap potential up to like 510 or whatever the next order was in the order book. And then the clearinghouse rejected it and they halted the fucking stock. Based on that chart, Ivy looks crazy as ever. They are not in control. Okay. CLVR breaking up. Awesome. Should probably pick up some calls there. Actually do like the potential for that. How much are threes? Oh, they don't have threes. That's a bitch. Have to buy in the money. I don't even have $3 leaps. Sucks. I know I missed a sec. Everyone always wants to be bullish on price action today, but isn't more bullish to consolidate at a higher floor, let IV Turner drop, and then we can buy back into a cheaper options with cash from this run. Yeah. It is. People don't like to consolidate. They always want MOASS. Is the trademark filed relevant for institutions? Maybe a little. Do you not want MOASS? I do, but I want it when it's likely. You guys made money this run? Can we change consolidate to refractory period? Sure. It's healthy $20 pullback from the retest of 200. We know in the past 200 is a major battleground and we won. Real volatility kicks in after that. We'll see. Please explain why we can't get past 182.50 because they're suppressing the price. What about us folks with only shares? I know nothing about options. Then, you know, you wait for a squeeze or you wait for value in the company. Those are the two options if you only have shares. I would like some consolidation since my options stopped out last week. I'm trying not to chase. Appreciate the Wyckoff explanation earlier. It's very likely that we're going to see some downward price action before we see any bigger move to the upside. We're more than overdue for some consolidation. Hopefully interest continues to build while we consolidate. We consolidate at a higher floor. This is all very bullish, and then we can, you know, move into our next leg to the upside. And if you're rolling an in the money call to out of the money, you're taking on a lot of additional risk, David Jones. What expiries are least dangerous for CCs? I haven't sold very many. I've only sold like, well, I've sold 6 so far. If I start to see puts in the money puts coming in, I'm going to sell a lot more of them. But right now I've only sold 6. 2 of them in this account. Do you explain why everyone got notifications that 400 calls were in the money? I already did repeatedly. Likely there was a spread in the bid ask due to the spike in volatility that the clearinghouse shut down. So you got a notification when the ask hit 510. On some brokerages with more incomplete data sets, I didn't have that spread on the halt on MBBO. So I would imagine that, you know, if it wasn't fully tracking all the exchanges, then maybe the spread was wider. But it's essentially just an error. Is the active tamping down bullishness during a run to prevent getting rug pulled fregging someone? I don't know. Yeah, and see borrow rates dropping, which I really don't like. Historically, we actually spend very little time between 195 and 205. Yeah. Classic quadruple bottom. It's a triple bottom right now. Sort of. No in the money puts yet. Hang out here and learn options so you can start to play them. Holding these levels, we're back in 162, 50, 190 channel. I mean, this is in the 162, 50 to 190 channel. I had another dream of MOASS. We jumped to 200K, then 400K. We peaked at 3 million 3 times before it was over. Just a heads up. Thanks, CJ. Do you think we might get more FOMO after lunch in lieu of SSR for tomorrow? Maybe. Did we trigger SSR today? I don't think so. Did we hit it on this? Is that $18 down from the previous day's close? I'm not sure we hit SSR. Oh, it's on. Triggered at 170. What kind of time frame does it look like for Jamie to consolidate? A couple weeks? Maybe towards like April 14th, I would say. We might start to see some more positive price action. But yeah, if it's on track with our move up, then 9 trading days or so. I borrow desk rate down to 27. From Gamma Girl's data, would you say that when Gamma neutral spikes, that means almost an immediate rug pull is primed? It looks that way historically, except in the case of last January and March, where the spike in the gamma neutral indicated that the price was continuing upwards. So like in last Jan and March, it just kept climbing after that spike. Thought you may reach your target buy-in today. It's doing okay. What I like is that, on a break of, well, even a break of 108 is solid, but on a break of like that 111 range, I think is like the center line here. It can move up pretty high. Like I think this 140 resistance is something that could hit if it keeps pushing up. So and this breakout of this like 111 to 120 range is very, very important to that. But yeah, I'll probably enter closer to like 109.50 and then just play this range up to 126. If it continues to push up with some relative strength, then I'll just stay in those positions. Just jamming. Cat slipped again. If cat falls, it'll probably drop back to like 111. If it fails, I'm out of cat right now, but if it fails this like retest of this 118 119.07 and falls, it'll likely fall below 217.50 and back it either to 215 or to 211. This also doesn't look super bullish on the 1 hour. All right, this trend failed also. Do a low trend to test. Yes. Here. I wonder if we'll get something this late afternoon. Maybe around like 2 power hour, nearer to power hour. If we break 185, you flip long. I mean, I'm not short, so I don't need to flip anything. I have 6 sold covered calls. If we break 185, I'm just going to buy more calls. Is there anything in the market you aren't well versed in? Bonds, commodities, not so much. I mean, I know how to play them from the equity side, but my experience trading futures is limited, and not so much forex either. Check Party City. Oh god, no. What about it? It hit 10? Did it run up with us? There's a dude out here who was like super invested in that stock. I think the bar rate's dropping. How does the bar rate drop? They just return the shares. Bad idea to buy a put now. Yeah, because I don't think the price is necessarily going to drop very hard. It might just stabilize. Does this run over? We'll see. Trina? We're still trying to determine if it's over or not. I just joined during my lunch. I think I missed a lot. Can you briefly recap what happened and what we now know? Well, we had a volatility halt here in the early morning, which caused some fear after the halt, which led to probably a sell-off of lots of in-the-money options contracts, which dropped the hedge, and now we see far more restricted and contained price movement with relatively lower highs. You know, if we start to see lower lows, that could be indicative of a drop to the downside. So, you know, if we break down below this like 176.06 and then continue down, we may retest down at these levels, down at like 165, 162.50. 162.50 historically a very relevant support. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we move back into that range. Is there a gap at 175.22? It's irrelevant. You know, not all gaps fill. Are there downside gaps? Probably. There's probably upside gaps too. There's a downside gap at 175.30. Actually isn't an up. There's a small gap below us, which may fill. SS has proof that 300 shares were sold at 275 in E-Trade. What proof? Is it a fucking screenshot? Because it's not proof. Screenshots can be fabricated. And yes, people do that. Do you believe in moving average death crosses? Sure, as like a long-term signal. They're okay. Jimmy following Spy's movement today. GME, Tesla dead. I would say Tesla might not be, but GME is a little, maybe. We'll see. They're both just sort of flat and slightly below where they opened. Like we're down $12 or 6%. But you know, it doesn't take a very big move to put us back where we opened. And we did open lower than yesterday, so. What do you need us to do? Pickle Army is standing at attention. Just hang out. This is another battle for 180. It could be. What is the expiry on your CCs? April 14th. Ascending head and shoulders on Express means going back down. Probably, yeah. I wouldn't even say this is ascending. This is just falling back down. What do you think Jimmy will be worth fundamentally once the marketplace launches? Depending on initial revenue estimates, probably like somewhere from 120 to 160. Once that revenue starts coming in, it can drive valuation up. But most of their valuation is going to be just based off OpenSea, right? Because that's the comparable. How likely is it that Wyckoff entities and shorting entities have the entropy swap agreement? This makes sense to me. Win-win. Pretty likely. Most of the swap positions are, I think, carried by like Merrill and B of A. Or not Merrill, Morgan. Morgan and B of A. I don't mind consolidating here either. I don't know why everyone's so upset. Does borrow rate really make a difference? Better or worse for us? I mean, the higher it is, the better for the bull side, right? Asking for a friend who also has an April 14 200cc. If it breaks 185, what call would you be buying to allow protection of the CC or pay for buyout of the CC? Probably like a 190. If I feel like I'm in a position where I need to protect the covered calls I sold, I only sold 6, right? So I just buy like a 190, 210, and 220. Or two 190s, two 210s, and two 220s. Do you recommend buying, holding, or selling DDS? I mean, I still think it's undervalued. I have 200 shares of it. I'm just holding it. I mean, you could trade it if you want to. Sell high, buy back low, or although DDS doesn't have a lot of history of dropping in price. It seems to be just outperforming every quarter for the most part, with the exception of after its dividend release. But you know, this is DDS since last January is basically only improved in price. I don't know why those offset, but this was January, the sneeze, and it's only just gone up every quarter. It continues to follow this like long-term trend too. So right now 5.7 billion market cap. They also have $3 billion in real estate that they own. Please let the little kisser of your rear ends is asking obvious about consolidation and patience. Being better isn't going to make you like them any more than the rest of us impatient degens. After all signs were pointing bullish yesterday. I mean, all signs were pointing bullish yesterday on the breakout of 172.50, right? We then climbed another 30 fucking dollars. You know, that's huge. That's a huge move to the upside. I think people have gotten too complacent with watching only GameStop that they don't understand that that is not normal stock behavior. A $30 move, you know, that's 30 times, you know, 76.34 million shares. That's fucking massive. There's it's such a weird thing, like the way so many retail investors look at like price figures. Like they think about like the Fed and stuff and having like infinite money, right? But then, you know, they also think that GameStop is the size of all these other components of the market. And GameStop is currently a $13.6 billion company. Most of the funds involved in playing volatility and shorting it are worth hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. Sitting on 4K profits after doing 500 calls. Do you think I should keep getting GME or get some far dated BBY calls? It's up to you. I mean, whichever one fares better over the next couple of weeks. I think GameStop's looking good still, especially if it holds this floor. Stop asking me, Victor. They're both flat. Or fucking asking me if they're dead. It's pointless. So I have adjusted my espresso grinder finder because it comes consistent, more consistent the finer it grinds, but I think I may be over extracting because of it. So I just need a better grinder. Any tip? You want like 18 grams in, 36 grams out in 25 seconds. So that's what you want to adjust your fineness for. So if it's coming out slower than that, you want it a little coarser. If it's coming out faster than that, you want it a little finer. And then you can adjust from there to taste. Just sold a 230cc for this week, so you're welcome when we finish above 230. Just saying. Upon market open, Jamie opened low. The battle was for 180 was surely down the road. The shirt came off and all the Dans cheered. They knew upon MOASS, Gherk would shave his beard. I'm not doing that. I have a screenshot of Jamie hitting 14,382 a share, dated tomorrow. Proof. Same way consolidation happened at 150 and we didn't drop further. Is there a way to know if this consolidation at this level as low as it will drop, or is there no way to tell outside of time? There's no way to tell outside of time. I mean, we're trading flat in a channel between 177 and 182, right? If we continue to drop off and lose and fall through support levels, the move to the downside will accelerate. But I mean, people probably aren't selling, right? So, I mean, you know, you had people bail on options here, but people aren't selling their shares. There's still a lot of illiquidity. And without using liquidity from MMs, like by buying in the money puts, they can't really drive the price down super hard. Like, I mean, to get us down to 100, they had to actually gamma squeeze us to the downside. That wasn't a cheap process, right? Chad, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. You saw what the halt was about today? It was marked as a volatility halt. The stock was $80 the other day. Everyone gets so sad. Ridiculous. Stop investing with your emotions. The issue is that we were at 200 for so long before getting wrecked down to 75. So everyone wants to get back to where they were buying. We spent very little time above $200 over the last year. Like very, very little time. Most people are currently above their cost basis. Or right at it. People with money have probably averaged down significantly. People without money probably retain higher cost bases. I'm not banning Victor. I don't know what's going on with him. He buys like weird leveraged European positions on things like Tesla and Myrna, and then nags me about them every day. It just pushed the stock down so hard that it grabbed a sell order at 500. Machine that trades bailed on calls because of the volatility. I just want to say thanks to keeping up the good work. You made me like 2K in the last 2 days. Appreciate all the knowledge and info over the last 9 months. Awesome, dude. I mean, you made it for yourself. Congratulations. Bird grinders for the win. Fight me, Gurk. I don't like the lack of uniformity in the grind. UWMC seems to have found a floor. Decent entry with rates rising. What's it trading at right now? I should know. I own a lot of it. I mean, it's not the cheapest buy-in, but it's probably fine. This company is severely undervalued. So weird. Thanks for the input, trash. Stop investing with your emotions, says the man that took his shirt off in celebration yesterday. Yeah, I also made enough money this morning to double my position in GameStop. I have every reason to be excited. I think I bought the SPY dip. Cool. Average down 52 from November to last week was dope. Nice, man. I doubled down on shares between 77 and 86, and I'm proud. All the price manipulation that's happened to Jamie over the past year, plus, how does it follow any long-term patterns like Wyckoff? And yet it does. Because institutions still, move money in relatively the same way. Right? It's the profit seeking that drives the theories of market psychology like Wyckoff. How can people be sad when we're up $100 in a week? Because it's not still going up. This is a good bounce, by the way. And a breakout of what has now become a descending wedge. Short bomb? I mean, we're still at 180. I would say mostly a lot of calls selling off more than anything. Institutions will just sell on something like this, like a $30 fucking price move from the previous close to the upside or previous day's resistance. They don't give a shit. Let's say you're a bolometer and it's calibrated. Mine says 6.9. No, that's right. Explain the concept of money. What about people that DRS'd? A lot of their price average went up when they DRS'd. I have no idea. Stop investing with your emotions. Easy for you to say. You're not deeply depressed at your dead-end job, living in your parents' basement with MOASS is the only glimmer of hope to not die poor. That shouldn't be your only glimmer of hope to not die poor. I've spent fucking almost a year now teaching people how to make money with the money they already have. If you choose to ignore all of that, then I don't know what to tell you, but your options, do you always put some aside for taxes? I mean, I keep some cash aside for taxes, yeah. Hey Gurk, first time viewer, just wondering what charting software you're using on the screen there. Also, could you explain what VWAP is? Thanks. Dick. Thank you, Tim. In your opinion, how likely is it that Wyckoff and the shorting entities have an entropy swap agreement? This makes sense to me win-win. I already said that that's likely. I explained that in my DD. There's somebody who's also, you know, long gamma and or long volatility, right? You need someone who's long volatility to have someone short volatility. Position can't exist without a counterparty. I'm excited with you, Gurk. I went back up 22% and holding. It was getting very hot in the room I was in. Fidelity borrow rate just went up again. Fidelity borrow rate's slow to track, so I'm not sure if that's really just it catching up with IBKR or it being driven up. Borrow fee down to 2.27. Do you think the drop in fee coincides with the end of a massive pump from 80? It could. We'll see. We've seen the borrow rate drop intraday and then just climb right back up again. So it's a drop for now. Or can you explain stonks? some reason I bought a cat April 14, 240C yesterday when cat was at like 221. Now down 55%. Should I cut my losses now or give it some time? You should never buy calls that are that on cat, especially that far out of the money. Caterpillar is slow to move. It moves quick when it does, but the time it takes for it to make those moves, it can be a while. I mean, I guess you could hope for a retest of like 220 before trying to get out. It looks like it's starting to move back up a little bit. It's very unlikely that it would move to 240 in the time frame that you have there. Caterpillar is definitely like a far dated, like at the money type of stock. Big lumbering blue chip. Order book useful for anything? Not really. Sure, day trading. But I just wanted to say thank you for helping me eliminate my 318 losses and triple capital. My April roll would be worth it. Sadly, didn't exercise there because the strike was one. Whatever, you got more money to buy the dip, right? I mean, if it's a limit up halt, right? And the price gapped from 199 to like 500 because the run of buying or 510 or 690 or whatever the fuck the high limit was at the time. If the price jumped from that, they you know, they halted it, right? Because the clearinghouse isn't going to let the price jump from 200 to 500. Just because, and this was probably due to the spike in hedging this morning, which was exactly in line with what, you know, the $362 million notional hedge we expected. I'm not shocked here, right? Like hedging came in fast and strong. It slammed out the ask side of the order book. The ask jumped. Clearinghouse halted. That's perfectly normal. Rare, but normal, right? That's how that situation is handled. Didn't the rate drop in Jan before spiking again? Yeah, between Jan 13th and 21st, I believe. The people who are legitimately poor and just have a handful of Jimmy need to learn paper trading with tiny starter accounts. Once they can do that, they should be solid. Yeah. I made almost my monthly income at work in 5 minutes this morning. Half of my BBY calls. Am I in the wrong job? Maybe. Do you think trading can replace your job? Because that's a big fucking risk. Saw this about far out of the money calls, like 300 being reported by brokers to be in the. I already went over that. I don't know. We seem to be holding our long-term VWAP, but we keep failing any attempts at a breakout. So if we do get one, I'm guessing maybe when the dark pool is clear. I could check dark pool volume for today. $53.4, so it's not excessively high. Would you buy puts on AMC if you wanted to fade the top of the meme price stock trend, but didn't want to contribute to the acceleration of downward price action? Sure, you could. Here's the issue, though. AMC doesn't really have a lot of like notional range to move to the downside. Like say AMC dips to 18 or 14, right? Like GME could dip to 150, and it's a significant difference. And when you're playing options, that dollar value change is important. I've been slowly, at times painfully slowly, dedicating time to options education because of you. Getting close and should have some power for the next cycle. Awesome. I successfully blew up a 200K account paper trading. Am I doing this right? Turd, I think you just suck at trading. How do you blow up a $200,000 paper trading account? I saw a screenshot of 300 shares being executed at 275. Sure. Some may have gotten filled when the ask got slammed, but this, I mean, it's still got limit up halted. I don't see them. But it's possible that some shares got filled, right? Did the swing traders pack up their bags and leave the building? Probably. If they didn't hear, they probably did hear. Doc, you getting close to your entry price? How far out are you looking for the resistance of 140 to play out? Is the risk 103? The risk is 107 from 111, and I would be looking out probably like June or July. What is GME worth fundamentally once the market price drops? Slightly more than it was worth before the marketplace, which was like 80 to 120. So probably like maybe like 110 to 150 range. Once it starts bringing in revenue, that can change really fast. But initially, just dropping it isn't gonna do that much, right? Because they're gonna base it off of like open seas, like early valuations, which aren't super great. But once it starts to generate revenue, that could change drastically. If it starts generating like $1 billion to $3 to $5 billion a year in revenue, then it can be well, important. That can really raise the valuation targets. E-commerce is going to be a bigger market cap improvement, though. Remember, like, regardless of what we think GameStop's worth, institutions are still going to just look at analyst reports. And analyst reports put GameStop between 60 and 180, 170 on the super high end, but the vast majority are around like 100 to 120. There's a screenshot on Wall Street Bets with 448,950 is the price. That was the next limit up in the order book, and they halted it until the ask fills in. That's all. It's just a halt. That happens on halts. Rarely is the top order $448,000, but I mean, I don't think anyone filled for $448,000. What happened to Gex? Probably covered this morning. We had 2.1 million volume into the halt. We expected 2.1 million volume in Gex from yesterday. If you're talking about the Gex from Friday, look at Monday. Are you considered a day trader since you hold longer than a day? No, not really. I mean, I day trade some things, but because of the stream, I really don't day trade all day. I mostly just swing trade now. Doesn't mean it was a real price. Yeah. OpenSea's total valuation is close to 13 billion, but GameStop hasn't started generating income off of their marketplace yet. Like I said, after given some time and generating a marketplace, then yes. How will we squeeze if they can do that? Well, I mean, you'll limit up into the squeeze. It'll halt. The order book will refill. It will unhalt and then limit up again. It's not crime. It's not illegal. It's a standard limit up halt. The limit was too far from the current trading price. It halted. The clearinghouse is not going to start filling orders at $400,000 when we're trading at 180. These are just the rules. This is. I mean, you see that on when most stocks get halted. You'll see the ask buyout, and that's what we were looking for in forced liquidation. Is that the ask gets bought out, and then we halt, and then we keep halting up because there are no available shares, so it'll always fill the highest limit. And the continuation of those limit up halts, is what is indicative of forced liquidation. For WeBull, is the stop limit price triggered by the last traded, bid, or mid? Stop limit? I believe it's triggered by the mid. But it's a market order, so it can fill at whatever the current bid is. So the limit will be triggered by the mid, but the market order that it triggers will fill at the bid. Or at the bid. Why do people think you're some big YouTube multimillionaire? Yes, for sure a millionaire right now. But because of where you live, you're not living this crazily extravagant life. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I live in like a 2-bedroom apartment in New York City that costs an obscene amount of money, and all of my money is tied up in speculative investments. And none of like of my money that I have, I would say less than 1% of it is earned from YouTube. Do you set up an account on a beta marketplace and fund an L2 wallet? No, but I have some LRC. I probably need to put it into like their wallet. You want MOASS as much as everyone else does. It's that simple. Yeah. I mean, I want to make money, but I definitely want GameStop to short squeeze. It's a big part of why I own it, but I do also own it for its value. Thoughts on ASO? Is it in the specialty retail basket? Could be. I mean, this last run would indicate it. The September run is strange. Ran all the way through September? Maybe more like forward or future interest? Because this ran all the way through into September futures. Into the futures expiration. Ran in March. Wasn't live. It wasn't really live for long. Very small run in January. That's interesting. Like, it doesn't really correlate. Like, it runs in the same time frames, but it's almost like the short interest has picked up on it throughout the year versus, you know, the other ones where it's kind of bled off. Like, it's very weird that it ran into the September's futures expiration. It also ran up in December and Jan. So this, I mean, this kind of like ran at all the times over the last 3 months that we were hoping GameStop would run. I wonder what the correlation is there. It almost seems inversed. Or higher exposure, 8.7.3, 87.31 million shares. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe dig into it a bit more. What are the ETFs? Is it in the same ETFs? It's got to be like Russell 2000, right? Jimmy's heavily reinvested in their company. I spent 6 weeks to 90 days putting money, feed, and my labor, sweat equity into my insects before they mature to be cashed in, selling the bugs. That doesn't, just because it's halted on a move to the downside doesn't mean it's not a limit up halt, right? Just because the stock price is going down doesn't mean that it can't be limit up halted. Like a stock could be declining and people are still buying it. I have 300C for June. I'm likely looking for a time to dump them. Best time was yesterday. Do you think about now, even though I missed this morning? I don't know. I think we might have a mid-afternoon like breakout towards like 188. Just because of how stable we are on our this is our weighted VWAP, by the way. This yellow line here. This is our weighted volume average price. Or weighted volume weighted average price, sorry. From 3/10/21. Which is the last significant selling event for retail. Would it make sense to say they've covered nearly all of their ETF obligations and will be ready to heavily short it back soon in the next few days, weeks? I don't know how heavily we're going to get shorted back down. There's more institutional interest this time. GameStop, you know, whether they've officially announced their marketplace or not, has announced that they will, you know, we will be seeing it by Q2, end of Q2, right? And so, you know, there's some speculative value attached to that. There's definitely institutional buying that's driven a lot of this price action. It's not just all shorts getting out. So I don't know if we'll be slammed back down. Like, I don't think we're going to see 100 again. Not in the near term. We might see like 150 if they really push, but it's, if there's long interest, it's very risky to box in their FTDs like that. So because of the long interest, we're unlikely to see them buying in the money or out of the money puts. So some ape put in a made up number and caused the halt. Did we shoot ourselves in the foot? I mean, not necessarily, right? Like, it still would have halted. It would have just been whatever the high number was. super chats? What? CLVR testing 3. Cool. Are you talking about the money I get from super chats? Dude, it's like I get like 40% of that money from YouTube. And then I get taxed on that. So it's like 20% of the total value of each super chat. It's not a lot, man. I made more money on one options contract in the last 9 days than I did off of YouTube this year so far. Seems on unusual whales. The bullish flow is outweighing bearish by a lot. I don't trust those. We're still seeing calls come in, right? But it's also a rebalancing of longs, right? If longs sold off here, and we're gonna realize stabilization here in this price range, right? Then they're gonna re-enter positions, which is gonna then build up a new level of pressure. And that's kind of exactly what Wyckoff indicates, right? And that we test this high. Price action consolidates, new positions are built, and then the price can move higher. Sent you a super chat. Are you able to see it? Oh shit. Robinhood app notifications reported 510s in the money this morning before the halt. That's because there was a limit up halt. There's a wide bid ask. It just triggers when an order fills. It's possible that orders filled at that price, but I think those notifications just trigger on a limit up because they're based off of the ask or the bid. Are we seller boxed at 178? That's why I have Ko-Fi, Bobatron. YouTube sellout shill. Thanks, Carl. If we MOASS, I'll change that for you. Thanks. RSS running amok with misinformation. They always do. I had 500 profit on a single contract. Dip ad at 166 this morning. 200C way out of the money, so I cut it. Can't go broke taking profits. Freg's Day lessons. Thanks, Pickle Man. If we squeeze, I'm doing a 10K Ko-Fi. I appreciate it, Tim. Thank you. Add on the fact that you're working on streams 7 to 8 hours a day. It's not really work if you're enjoying it, right? And we have to acknowledge to as many as we can about spoofing. What's spoofing? Enjoy my money, YouTube, win Guybrush. As soon as I get the fucking hard drive fixed, stop asking me about it, JC. Bullish perspective for sure. Without having up-to-date FTD data, it's difficult to say, but it's just as likely you see a correction and a drop to the 130 support line. I'd say it's possible, Gaff, but I think the biggest difference here is we don't see their in the money puts coming in. which means that they're afraid to place them, right? It's not that they don't have the money to place them, especially if they were entropy swapped, like they had an entropy hedge for this entire upside move. I think that because of that, it's more likely that we see the bullish pattern play out, like several trading days of consolidation in this range from 180 to 162, and as longs reposition. Don't forget retail made a shitload of money on this run too. Probably maybe more than they lost for the first time. But I don't disagree. I think that the limit up this morning and then the preceding sell off of options means that our potential to move up more is extremely limited. Please, does this not look like March 25th? High and then drop, slow regain, sideways. Thank you in advance. Yeah, I mean, March 25th is a similar situation, right? Doc, you hit your target. I think I already had a limit in place, so I should be in. Bill? No, it hasn't hit my target yet. 109.50. Yeah, 109.47. So it hasn't hit my buy-in yet. Fidelity rate up 7.75. Is that a big deal? Not really. Fidelity's always, their rate always lags behind IBKRs like a lot. One established core position in a stock you like and the stock trading above your dollar cost average, then consider leaps when IV is low. Sure. That's just like investing. You're just talking about investing. If we stay in this channel today, I think we dump tomorrow. Shorts are only limited today due to SSR. SSR is in place tomorrow also. And I don't think that really limits them all that much, frankly. Limit up, massive short, chop, MOASS. How else would you expect MOASS day to play out? Sure. CLVR, big breakout. Dude, this scanner is fucking nuts. Where did it go? I don't save it to my list. Shit. Oh. That's 3 for 3 on breakouts on that fucking scanner. Well, I guess the Suns one was kind of shitty because we didn't know about the delay, but Docu was fucking spot on, and this one's looking promising. Here's 80 cents for it's fixing your HD shill. Thanks, JC. Your camera? I'm just like shaking my leg, which in turn shakes my desk, which then shakes the camera. Props on CLVR play, man. Banking. Fuck yeah, dude. What a weird like stock to just break out for no apparent reason. I need to invest more time in this scanner. It's I think it's worth it. But the Tinker is still overvalued and disconnected from fundamentals. The pressure we see is fully synthetic and just can drop out at any time. Arguably the bull point is consolidation. I agree. I agree that it's disconnected from its fundamentals. But does that mean anything anymore? Everything's been so disconnected from its fundamental valuations for the last year that it's just, I mean, even the SPY's regaining 460. Still too much liquidity. I did a market buy order at 448,000. Can you guys come pick me up? And this just looks like CNS netting, like flat CNS netting. So clearance of FTD is generated last Friday. Which, if there was positive delta pressure on the process, would be driving the price of the stock up. Oh, I'm building a scanner with a buddy of mine who's a programmer. Well, so Sen's still rocketed up, right? But the problem was the scanner was set too early, so it was picking up the short before it actually dropped. So Sen's picked up, like, it triggered here when I bought into it, and then it chopped down here and then shot up. And CLVR was kind of the same deal. Like, it picked it up last Friday, but most of the price action down happened Monday, like Monday pre-market. And then Monday it dipped more and found its bottom, and now it's shooting up. And then Docu, it also picked up before the short. But we waited, right? We waited for the bottom and that test of 75. And then it's been shooting up ever since. If it's interesting, it picks up GameStop almost every day. Jake welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
No, the scanner's not on WeBull.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes.
I'm trying to build a scanner that picks up like large put accumulation in response to delta sensitivity spikes. So it tracks when market makers or short hedge funds are running away from naked call positions. Yeah, I wish I could see the FTD report now too. Tomorrow, right, Gaff? I also want to check out the FTDs on BBBY. Where do I get the bullimeter myself? It's as far as I know right now, it's proprietary. Are there other stocks it continually picks up? it's picked up. So let's see. It picked up BBBY right after Cohen's buy-in. Like the day it opened really high and then crashed down. It picks up Tesla sometimes. But briefly, right? Like it doesn't give like a true signal. Baba, it picks up a lot. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. You add some scanner hits to the daily DD. I could, but we're still tweaking it, so it's really risky. This is a good break, but I suspect we'll fail the test again. There's not a lot of volume backing it. If volume comes in, this looks good. Possibly Thursday. Okay, yeah. But we'll show 31st. We'll show early March. We'll show BBY post Cohen. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for too. Also show the Jimmy dip. I'll be watching for a pattern of Feb 21, which is what led me to predict next week. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about the FTD. Like 21 days from a portfolio going from long-term cap gains. Nice. Anyone heard another explanation of the haul today? I had to step out for a while. I gave mine earlier. Makes sense to me. I don't understand what the confusion is. This is some solid consolidation. Consolidation's not always bullish though. Right? And technically any continuation of this trend today would be bearish. We are down on the day, right? So, you know, if we did break out into a continuation pattern, it would likely fail. What's compelling is the ability to maintain the price. Price target, good entry for Docu. My price target was 109.50, and I think I'm now in. Yeah, it looks like I bought this drop. So, I have 110s for July. I might buy 115s later. But I bought 10 of these. If we move back up above 110, maybe 120s too. I don't hate 120s. The next upside target is 124. This company makes a shitload of money, by the way. They beat both of their last earnings, like blew their earnings out. I mean, their current valuation is just ridiculously low. Teach them TA basics. I know, I created a channel for it. I've got to. I mean, I gave them all the books that everyone learns off of. Is YouTube the only way to sign up for membership? Yeah. Because YouTube manages all the membership shit. I could set it up on Ko-Fi, but then you wouldn't have access to like the YouTube stuff that membership gives. So I just have it on YouTube only. TTM firing on 5, 15, 30-minute time frames. That's because we're consolidating. And TTM's really not relevant until it's like on the 4-hour or the daily. Will Superstock ban you for posting Pi-Fi clips? Probably. I mean, I'm already banned. I can't post shit. But if you guys post them, yeah, you probably get banned. Or maybe temporarily. I don't know. White Rabbit, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades to this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Alright. $6. 730. It's the previous. Why do you think we're maintaining this price? I think they're afraid to buy puts. There's resistance at 4 and then 650 NW. No, I think Domo sold out. It's more than the 6th attempt. We've tried to break this resistance 7, 8, 9, 10 times already. Was there one earlier too? 11? No problem, NW. My dyslexia kicked in. I bought Clover options instead of CLVR. It fucked. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Clover, as far as I know, is still just a big piece of shit. No, I was full bull going into close. I was full bull for the first 5 minutes of market today, too. Where are they getting the money to short every test of 180? From their nigh unlimited margin. In what time frame might we be able to see if OPEX will continue to stay relevant? What do you mean? If the OPEX cycles continue, I mean, we'll see the rebuilding of short positions to the downside again. This looks bullish. This is like a little more of a bullish push, like this. This might be our breakout. If we're gonna get one, this might be it. Googled Monkey Island, and this was the top result. Do you even Guybrush? What's VWAP? Nice calves. Thanks, JC. The ETFs are rebalanced, though. I will say the volume is exceeding ETF creation ability. But I mean, we're still channel locked and borrow rates going down, so they're covering shares. If anything, they're getting ready to suppress another upside move, which would explain why they're not actively shorting. I think we were talking about SLVR. No, CLVR was just like one of the weeklies that I picked up this week. Weekly plays. Bull market confirmed soon. Needs to break and hold 460, but moving towards it. And when would they be rebuilding their short positions? Like anytime between today and next OPEX? Yeah, I mean, that's when they rebuild them. So after they clear them out, then they push the price of the stock back down. It allows them to average up long-term short positions, allows them to profit off of short volatility positions. So essentially, you know, when we reach the peak of OPEX, they short the peak, right? It's fade the top. They buy in the money and out of the money puts. Then they use ETF short share creation and share borrowing to bring the price down. And they keep buying further and further out of the money puts to force the market maker to short the stock as well. All of this delayed T+2 plus 35, and then on the ETF side, T+6 plus 35, C plus 3, out into the next OPEX window, right? And then, you know, down here, they clear out their FTDs and accumulate their entropy hedge. And then over here, they clear out all the positions, which they're then hedged against, and rinse and repeat. So over here, short the stock, short vol. Over here, long the stock, long vol. What disrupts that is institutional interest, bigger institutions. He has access to institutional data on his end, Stefan. I think hourly reports for option flow. He runs like a small crypto fund. Something. He does like high frequency trading on crypto. ETFs aren't being utilized. They can't buy in the money puts. Scared of institutions. Borrowable shares are expensive. Do you know of any other mechanics, products, ways for them to continue pushing down? It depends. And the ETFs are being utilized. They are scared of buying in the money puts. And borrowable shares are expensive. But just because they're not pushing down doesn't mean we're going up. They're in a shitty position that they put themselves in by delaying the covering of their full OPEX obligations back in February. They wouldn't be in this position had they just covered then. No, we're breaking 182 now, which is a quick move to 185. Let's see if we can clear our previous intraday high. Or, well, not intraday high. Local high. Here. 441. What percent has IV dropped today? I don't know yet. Bullish. Very bullish. Oh, time for me to buy some calls. Which OPEX? Isn't it an open question now whether that would be May or June? Yes. I think they already covered Gex this morning. I disagree. Based on what? Just cuz there was 2.1 million shares that needed to be purchased to cover their hedge, and we had exactly 2.2 million volume on this run up. Does Gex include contracts exercised Friday? These are dark pool dumps more likely than anything. Does Gex include contracts? Or is it going to be tough to be positioned to capture May? But we may have also seen that yesterday, Greek Yogurt. Remember, yesterday they can cover Gex as well. This kind of reminds me of the August peak. If you guys remember, we actually peaked like a few days after. Like our high for the August run was several days after the initial push. Is it interesting and encouraging that we would run now? Because I also believe they covered everything this AM. Oh, yeah, that would mean that there's still long interest in the stock. We're almost green for the day. What's the difference between buying in the money calls versus getting more shares? Since you only stand to gain intrinsic value, they're way fucking cheaper. So I just got April 14 160s, which, you know, were, well, a little bit cheaper then, but it's like $38 a share right now versus buying stock at market at 187 a share. And if I'm only looking to capture the upside, right? What part of this whole affair do you view as immoral or illegal? Probably the way they sort of launder FTDs through ETFs. It's not illegal, but it's super immoral. Not only does it rob the shareholders of the ETFs of value, but it also robs the shareholders in the underlying companies of their value. Wake me up when we hit 30 million volume. And just like that, trailing stopped out. That was a quick 10%. Bounce. Gotta reposition this now. I wonder if I'm setting my stop too tight. Nah. What happened to your camera? Did your new one break too? No, everybody was superstitious that the run only started because I was black and white. But in fact, I could be in color right now. This is a post effect. What do you think is causing the SPY to rip these past few weeks? More confidence in the direction of the market. Are you worried about your 200 cc's? No, I can buy them back if I have to. When all this is done, should I go back to investing in VTI? Do you recommend any passive ETF or mutual fund investing? I mean, you can if you want to. It's just, it's not really for me. I'm not a particularly big fan of passive fund investing. I guess if you're retiring or something soon, then it's a consideration, but might be the problem with SS that they can't comprehend legality does not equal morality and vice versa. It's convoluted to explain. It's easier to just have an enemy and that's the baddie, right? Chances we close green is looking a little better now. This consolidation looks bullish. Hoping that my limit fills here. Breakout. Maybe another test of 200. It's possible. I don't know if they have that much left to cover. We went up hard, then I took my shirt off. XRT equals sexy. Getting some divergence. Hey, my calls are finally doing okay. I think my 185s might be great. Ooh. Nice. Do you mind updating Reddit? I can't right now because I just bought into a bunch more calls. Shit. He's doing crazy shit. At what point do you get nervous or 200 cc's and buy them back? I mean, if I think we're gonna test 200, they're already hedged. Just bought 2160 contracts, so I don't really care about them very much. Sylvia done? I don't know. Probably not. Did this work? Thanks, Jake. It worked if your intention was to give me $3. How do I get my chat to pop up on the stream window? Oh, use the Ko-Fi, Jake B. The link's in the description. Then you put your shirt back on and we stopped going up. Coincidence? Open your eyes, sheeple. All right, that's enough out of you. What calls did you buy? 160s. I bought 160s here, and then they immediately stopped out on this. And then I bought more like right here. This was actually nuts. The bump in IV on this test was crazy. I got like 30% gains on options that I held for all of like 3 minutes. Well, this bullish action we're seeing, what do you think this means for tomorrow and the rest of the week? Will we continue to go up or more likely start to trend down after another test of 200? We'll have to see. That's all we can do at this point. I mean, we know that the ETFs are back online. It looks like they're starting to cover XRT. If that's the last one, once XRT is covered, I expect they'll use it to short, unless they don't intend to continue this OPEC cycling. And if that's the case, then, you know, we'll just stay stagnant, right? Would you put in CSPs at or below 200 if your CCs are exercised? I don't think we're going to hold 200 for like a long time. I would wait until we dropped before I sold CSPs. I want to learn about options. What should I read first? Options is a strategic investment, Durf, by Macmillan. Do you have any 414 300s? No. I can't really see a market mechanic reason why we would run for the rest of the day. I mean, FTDs. Stop triggered. Fuck. 30% up. Percent down. Yeah. It's an awful lot of capital to risk that. I don't like this chase. Sitting in a sizable 175 position for this Friday, and I have so much going on in my life right now, I can't figure out what to do. My gut says to sell before close today, then buy back in on the dip stagnation. Thoughts? I mean, you're up pretty sizably right now. I would say that you need to manage that position carefully. If price action starts to slip, you know, you're going to want to take profits. But right now we're recovering for the day, and if we close out the day recovered green, that would be extremely bullish. Why are you keeping your stop so tight? Because the risk of slippage is like the risk to slip to the downside and gap down is very high right now. If I do get exercise on my sold CC, how do I assure my broker gives me newer shares and not my older shares? It just resets the holding period on them. I mean, they could probably just give you back your original shares if they wanted to. A little behind, but I heard you say that you've. Well, I mean, they sell your shares when you get assigned on a CC. Not, I thought you were talking about a CSP. No, CCs. Your shares get sold. I heard you say that you have hedged a 200 CC with a 160 call. When you're considering opening a hedge position, what are some of the things you consider before opening? I think the price will go up above 200 again. The volatility, Stefan. The volatility of these candles is really high. Look at the spread between like here, I'll do it on this. Look at the spread between like open and close on these candles. Let's see if this one actually makes me some money. I lived in California for a long time. More specifically, why the 160 strike? Oh, just deep in the money. You could hedge it with any strike below the value of the, or below the strike of the sold call. Question regarding purchasing options. Is it $35 per share to buy a 180C, for example? Do you need to hit 215 for it to make profit if you plan on exercising? You don't capture profits from exercising. Well, yeah. That's your break-even point. Phrased weird, but that's the break-even point for the option. Yeah. In the money calls are subject to intrinsic value, so they're not as affected by extrinsic value. So, like, if I buy it in the money call here and sell it here, most of its value is going to be from, fuck yes. Yeah, I'm going to widen up that stop a little. It's not. Maybe a little one. Jesus Christ. I'm so close to my stop. Stop. Huh. Fantastic. This chart looks so weird. Something brewing. Looks like a bull trap, but I'm not sure. My stop right now is literally like right here. I missed my stop by like a penny. Look at retail buying. Look at this volatility. No, don't stop me out. What's up, Han? If we close at 190, there won't be any delta hedging tomorrow, right? There'll be less. They'll still have to hedge everything from shit. Did it fill? Oh. bastard. Yeah, well. Fucking 3x. Essentially, smooth brain question here. But if I sold a 230 CC, and the worst thing that happens if we rip past 230 is they have to sell at that price, right? Yeah. Yeah, 200 is very dangerous for them. How important is it to turn off Hank and Ashy candles for scalping? It's not. It can be good to turn them off for setting limits, but you don't need to. God, scalping these IV spikes is insane. Can you explain, like, I'm fine, why do you use Hank and Ashi? I mean, I use them for a lot on GameStop because we had low volume and they have a smoothing effect, which helps you recognize patterns that otherwise would be kind of harder to notice on regular candlesticks. Also, they just look better when you're trading no volume for multiple candles at a time. How much have you made today off of this volatility? I just made like 4.8x on the contracts I bought here. That I got stopped out on. Do you hedge your CC with a further dated in the money call or a call expiring the same week as you sold your CC? Gap fill. See, this is when you're likely to see gap fills, by the way. Please explain Ivy's scalpage in extreme detail. I buy at the low point of consolidation and then sell on the breakout. What was your reaction to that $500 spike? I mean, it was just a limit up. It was too much buy pressure for the ask side of the order book. Probably just made 40K. No. Which contracts did you buy? I bought 160s, 414 160s. Explain like I'm 5. Learn to do it yourself. Buy low, sell high. Hacks. Yeah, exactly. You know, I thought this was a bull trap, but it's not. I don't think. An IV spike on the top, on the peak. 414s. No, we're not moving to phase. Remember, if we're continuing through phase D, we expect lower highs, right? Do you see Jimmy bottoming higher than 80 after this rally? Absolutely. I'm playing in the money options. Phase C may not be complete. Or well, phase D, like the SOS test may not be complete. We're definitely in phase D though. What causes the transition from phase D? Long's repositioning for the move up. How are you controlling the price with those lines? Hey, Han. I haven't seen this volatility since last year. Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, we have a couple times, but not often. August was pretty volatile. I guess that's still last year, though. If you YOLO'd right now, what would you YOLO into? I wouldn't YOLO right now. If I were trying to chase far dated in the money calls, those are the safest thing to chase. Because it's just like buying the underlying stock, but cheaper. What would you chase right now if you had 2.5k cash? Nothing? Because I wouldn't want to lose it. Any manage buying and selling so much during the day? Margin or just enough settled cash to trade many times? I'm actually using a cash account. Third-year finance student. Been longing for financial advice from someone who actually knows what's good. The insight into options, the insides and outsides of the market have been huge. Thanks. No problem, Kyle. You'll learn a lot more once you work in the industry. It's they don't a lot of like training, TA. You're not going to learn that in school for the most part. Or I'm good. My entry's good. Okay, how on earth did you draw the diagonal slanting line low left to upper right intersecting bull flag? How do you even see that? Come on, man. Or up and set my stop. I think we're going to break it right now. Maybe not by a lot, though. I know. Stuff. From what I can see of your trading style, when we break certain levels up or down, you move your stop up or down accordingly to take risk off the table. Yeah. I mean, that's common practice. Oh, I'm gonna make so much money if we break 192. Come on, fucker. Yes. How do you let options go to 0? Oh, I just like don't pay attention to them sometimes. I always forget to set stops on the WeBull ones. Usually because I'm trying to manage my other account, so I'm not really paying attention when I need to be. And then the point, like I've already missed the point at which I could have taken the risk off the table. At which point I might as well just let them expire worthless. So what we had here was we had a bump and run, right, which we kind of confirmed on this failed breakout. And so we continued to run down into this long-term trend. So I started buying after this failed. I started buying here, trying to hit the lows on these candles and here. And then now we're starting to break out. I have a 5% trailing stop set on this right now. So if we get rejected here, which is the next most likely point, I'll probably just fill. We continue to run today. Are you taking any clothes off? Just asking because I'm at work and a cold shower is not accessible. Probably not. Stop me. Bull flags are usually a more volatile breakout. Higher buy pressure. Bump and runs tend to be more stable though. You supposed to run past 3 p.m. once CNS is over? I don't know. We do have a lot of, well, we have Feb 9th FTDs today from ETFs, which were not insignificant. We had some decent, like 3.8 million volume that day. We also have, we had hedging from yesterday. We have a lot of delta pressure. I'll set my stop there. Okay, yeah. Draw your own lines. Missed a bunch today, but this is lining up with your Wyckoff. If we peak higher and then drop, or if we peak at a lower high and then drop, then yes, you're on the like 1 hour. So if this is our SOS, right? And then this is our next peak, and then we get, another peak out here. Drop. Then higher lows. That's indicative of moving into phase E. $3K to $17K in 2 days, playing 3 week deep out of the money. Nice. Remember when early YouTubers used to cringingly say, when in doubt, zoom out? What about when degen zoom in? I mean, you need to see the price levels for the candles, so you kind of have to zoom all the way in. All right, this looks like a good turnaround. Set my How does trailing stop loss dollar amount work? Not seeing a percent on options on Fidelity. Percent option on Fidelity. I'm not sure if Fidelity has a trailing percent stop. You can just use limits. This dips a little lower. Suck. Losing my job of 15 years on Friday, and this has been the only thing that's made it hard to hold over the last year. Knowing I'll be losing my income has made it tough. You guys help. Thank you. You can use your long positions in stock to generate income. Paper, this is good for tomorrow with SSR. Yeah. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's decent. I lost $400 scalping 510s because I'm falling apart personally, and now my two 510s need to go up $300 so I don't have to sell some shares to make rent. Well, we've got maybe another breakout here. If we break 200, you'll get a big bump on those, on the 510s. What's going on with CLVR? I can't watch that right now. Isn't tomorrow the biggest FTD day since September? 227,000 FTDs. I have no idea where those numbers are coming from. Tuned in, turned $67 into 2.8K this week. Thank you for the witchcraft. What incarnation is going on? Well, I just got stopped out. That's what happened. So, well, it's pretty solid. So, 65 contracts traded. Uh, 82% gain. Not quite. It's not quite as good as yesterday's 100%, but scalped a pickle. Vanilla Wednesday. I would use my options profits to buy a YOLO of shares, but now I'm addicted to playing options. James Rowland provided the FTD numbers. Who did he steal them from? Percentage wise, these seems like the biggest gain since March. Is this for the same reason of massive price suppression for the preceding months? This is because of the massive price suppression in the preceding months. Other than CCs, is there another way to make money with long shares? Yes, but you're not going to like it. Nice, like, if I had 3 million to invest right now, what stocks would you suggest? Dude, I'm not a financial advisor. The trend line's still holding from the last breakout. Yeah, I just bought a few more options. Oh shit. Fucking hate it when WeBull does that, man. When do you typically choose out of the money instead of in the money? When I expect a large move to the upside? Right now, I'm just playing with like the intrinsic value and IV bumps. Picture of this donation as stripper singles for either end of day pull or shirtless power hour or neither. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. Docu is like a honey badger. OI on 300C is massive right now. Wow, cool. F? Ooh. Whoa. Is it back up? Back? Okay. That was fucking really weird. I don't know what happened there. My internet was fine. It was just, it's like, I guess yeah, I think like there's some sort of issue with the ingest server or something. I was getting a notification from YouTube. Oh shit. Audio is whacked. Is losing frames bullish? No. Just got an ad for seeking alpha. Dad, the stock doesn't like when you leave us. I'm sorry. Stopped out. Did you see the membership milestone message? No. What was it on? What? I have a membership milestone? Oh, from a user? Yeah. Speaking on behalf of our audio only folks, you can't just make loud noises of shock and surprise without explaining and then let the stream cut out. Sorry. People all over the country pulling their cars off the highway to check their stock. You heard something about a class action lawsuit against BBBY? No, I haven't. It bounce here. I think we consolidate a little longer now. The momentum's kind of... If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Something along those lines. Are you gonna take your shirt off again? No. Power hour predictions. I don't know. I was trying to figure out if we're gonna bounce on the EMA 30 here. Rating on the bullimeter is still accurate? Yes. Yeah, IV pump was nice. I got $400 on the 300 Cs before being stopped out. Nice, dude. If people were being as creepy to me as they are to you, I wouldn't take my shirt off again either. To be fair, I did take my shirt off. So don't like the fucking stream then. Dislike it. Made a whopping $37 off of 510 on that bump to 194. Am I a pro now? I mean, it's $37 more than you had before that jump. Are you gonna put your pants back on? Never. You took your shirt off, didn't you? YouTube had to hit the emergency halt on your stream for the extreme volatility in your viewers' pants. Thank you so much. Elon Musk, what piece of clothing will you remove when GME crosses 250? None that you'll be able to see on camera. If Pivify wanted to take more clothing off, he'd take a page from Terrible's book, The Greatest Investor of Our Generation, and open an OnlyFans. Why would there be stains if I'm not wearing pants? Gino, I have a bidet. We've been over this, man. What's up, McLong Johnson? Missed a chunk of your stream. Did you mention anything about Docu or CLVR price action? I mean, Docu I bought in at 109.50. I'm I'm holding for a higher test. Same with CLVR. I think it's going to continue to break out over the next few days. That seems to be how this indicator works anyway. So it, because it detects opening of in the money short positions in relation to delta sensitivity spikes. It's what you're really playing is the breakout. I mean, I guess where it seems to be picking them up, you can play the short side first, but then the breakout occurs later as they cover that that position. $269 end of day. Maybe. Thanks, Dominic. Favorite quote of yesterday? I don't know what to do with my hands, Gurk. Yes, you do. Did I say that? When are you going to release the scanner? Oh, it's so far from done. It's in its infancy. This end though. This is bullish, but taking so long. Sorry, Ko-Fi person. Back up there. Robinhood is up over 24% on news. It's taking a position of Wetzel's Pretzels. Amazing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, hold on. It's not good. Yeah, I'll play the Power Hour song when we find some fucking support, alright? Scalped 20% off that little breakout. Gurk literally feeds my family. No, you feed your family. I'll take care of your wife for you, though. If she's hot. Try to drop it before CNS ends. Maybe. There's some support here on the 120. We're still way above VWAP right now, so All right, let's see if this fixes it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Sorry about the volume. I just realized it was like turned all the way up. Fill this fucking gap or what? It's been loud since you rebuilt your PC. Oh, sorry. It's turned down now, so it won't do that anymore. Yes. I missed your stream. Did you like Elden Ring? It was kind of cool. I'm gonna play some more tonight. I got caught up doing some other stuff yesterday, so I didn't get a chance. But probably today around like 6 or something, I'll play some more. This past year, you've been doxxed, harassed, or encouraged to stop streaming by bad actors repeatedly. I'm curious about your personal experience from Core's Avenger to OnlyFans Darling. I've gotten death threats, threats of doxing, nonstop harassment. It's whatever. It's been worth it. I have you guys, right? You guys are cool. So, fuck them. I don't like bullies anyway. Bouncing off our previous uptrend. Sure. Fuck. Back down to 185. Lame. If it's shorts you wish to burn, then it's 69 bulls that must return. I have to restore my hard drive. Speaking of harassing, Greg, did you get even more ruggedly handsome since the last stream? I would say I was more handsome on the last stream than today. Haters gonna hate. Yeah. No, the chart's not very gappy at all, actually. Is this simply the death throes of Cetus? It could be. Could this not be the lower high and now going to the higher low for Wyckoff? It could play out this quick. Yeah. It can play out very, very fast. I remember on Tesla's big run, I was tracking like its Wyckoff model. And it went through like this like phase D in a couple days. It like peaked and then hit a low, and then it was like this was like 12 hours of trading. I mean, we don't have nearly the volume that Tesla did on that run right now, but we have a lot. Thanks, Gino. Means a lot. Although I don't know if I've ever experienced insecurity. Don't see no shame. It's all about how you use it. Really, it's all about how much you can internalize. Well, I'm all in again. If institutions knew what we know, which we could safely assume they do, wouldn't it be reasonable to think that Whack-Off could play out rather swiftly? Yeah. I mean, let's take a look here on the 1 hour, right? So if that was our high, which it's starting to look like it may not be, but if that was, and then this is our low, then and that's our next high, you know, this contracts the price action significantly more, right? Even down below like the 30-minute scale we'd have to look at. That would mean our next low would be like there. But we'll see. Only time will tell. Then price action, right? A Wyckoff price analysis. So why'd you say it's starting to look like it wasn't the high? I mean, the trend on the 1 hour is continuing. This doesn't look like an end to the long-term trend. We look from here to here. If anything, we're trading above in a slightly higher trend. If we look at if we look at the 4 hour, very much just consolidation, right? Like this looks like it can push higher. From a technical perspective, I mean, I guess that's all we really have to rely on intraday right now, because, and that's why I'm doing so much more TA, because with the relevant data coming in end of day and every 15 days that we need to continue to track this movement, technical analysis is really all we have day to day to follow it. Are we testing 195 before close? I fucking hope so. My options would like that. Dr. Gingerballs, are you still stealing JFresh's DD? Thanks for everything you've taught us. If you asked me a year ago if I would have known all this shit about the market, I wouldn't believe you. Made money on the way up, and I'm well positioned to make money on the way down. Also, Surge Meister, if you're clipping this, fuck you. Beautiful, Dr. Gingerballs. I hope it makes it into the next expose DD. 500 chart shows us trending up. Yeah, all the longer time frame charts look bullish. This is why my bullometer hasn't dropped below 6 today. That's on CLVR, still has potential. Well, I don't know, right? It's still, I'm still very much in the infancy of testing this scanner, but I think so. I think this scanner seems to pick up long movements of ascending price action. This one I'm a little confused on though, because it started to it signaled here at the peak, well, near the peak of this run up, which is weird. Usually it signals on a dip. Like it signals in the dip or right before the dip starts. But it did signal a dip, so I'm guessing it worked properly. And then it bounced and is recovering. So I mean, this is a bump and run, right? This will likely recover over several days before it can regain higher price points. So I just bought some leaps, and I'm gonna kind of track it for a week or two and see how the scanner continues to play out. Not a lot of risk to the downside there, and upside looks good. Sorry for the lack of Reddit updates, but I just have too many positions to manage right now to fucking mess around over there. What are the odds of GME and AMC halting at the exact same time? What's up with the 300 shares sold at 275 just before the... There's a limit up halt. It's likely that there was orders placed up to 275. Some of them filled. And then the clearinghouse, rejected the next order, and there was a limit up halt. So it went from like 275 to like the next order was like 500,000, and they're not gonna like gap the stock up $500,000, right? I mean, it'd be great if they did, but they're never gonna let that happen. It's standard when the ask side clears out to halt it like that. I think if the limit up is within X% on the MBBO, then they'll halt it. Someone just dropped 1.5 million on 250 for 14 Cs. Okay. Probably institutional buying. Wasn't Clove a Wall Street bet stock? No, this isn't Clove. This is CLVR. Clever? Once the scanner is done, you're just going to leave us in print money. I mean, I don't know how long these positions are going to continue to be handled this way, but so far the scanner is pretty cool. It's just like a fun exercise that's turning into something more. Like, it was based on our research into GameStop and what was going on with the delta sensitivity spikes back in December and January. And the knowledge that when they're shorting under those naked call positions, they're trying to escape upside movement, and that means that like they're building pressure, which will then relieve after the fact, right? And so when that, like, after that short is completed, it reaches a like low IV bottom. And then you can play the upside on that because, you know, it tends to be dramatic. And what's interesting is, like, you see other stocks drop and they're not all the same, right? Like, if you look at like the big sell-offs in tech, like those don't trigger the signal because there isn't a large delta sensitivity spike. It's simply selling of the stock. There's some issues with it still, though. Elden Ring Twitch stream. I'm gonna do one at like 6 or 7 tonight. Maybe 7. I'll do it at 7 so that like it's like 7 to 10 or something. It's not that clearing houses or chickens. I mean, it's their job to stop that from happening. That is literally supply and demand fraudulent. Sure. It's not fraudulent. They're supposed to. They're supposed to do that. You know, the exchange is supposed to halt. These are things put in place to prevent volatility in the market. It's not a crime. These systems are designed for that. Because at one point in time that happened and they were like, "Oh, don't let that happen again." It fucked everyone. Bar rate keeps slowly going down. Thoughts? I'm not a fan of it. I do not approve your Elden Ring streams on days you ignore your rowing cardio. I did rowing this morning. I did 30 minutes. Hey Gurk, love the stream. You are the smartest trader I know. Has your opinion on DRS changed considering the circumstances? No. Thank you for the compliment. What is XRT off reg show when the obligations due it are clear? Can someone summarize what happened this morning? Large buy pressure led to a bleed out of the ask side of the order book, causing a limit up halt on the MBBO or the NYSE. I don't know where it got placed. The clearinghouse wasn't going to clear orders at 500,000. The stock got halted, and then post-halt options were likely sold off, which caused a decline in price and a reduction of delta pressure throughout the day. We've just now started to pick that pressure back up, probably as more calls are being bought after the period of consolidation. If XRT comes off threshold, will that signal a turnaround? No, it'll signal they're able to turn it around. That doesn't mean they will. Remember, these cycles are profitable for them and will continue to happen until they do not. At some point, they will not happen again. It did, in fact. Volatility halted. It was a little halt. Hey Gurk, which trading platform do you use for your option trades? Looking to move away from RH. Shares are locked in Fidelity CS. I use WeBull and IBKR primarily for trading options. Sometimes Schwab or Tastyworks if I want to use margin. Just because the halt triggered on the way down does not mean it was not. It's a limit up, limit down halt. Luddle. LULD. And just because the price is dropping does not mean it's not a limit up halt. If the only thing coming in is conditional orders and a buy order comes in at market while the price is dropping and there's no ask side to the book, that's still a limit up halt. Do you think the run is over and we'll hang out here until next quarter? Do you think we'll be above 220 end of day? I don't think we're breaking 220 end of day. I'd be very happy if we just continue on this trend into end of day. Is this the trend that I marked on like the 4 hour or the 1 hour? Yeah. Bullish. Bullish. Stay on the trend. Trend keeps going up, so do we. This isn't accurate on the 1 minute though. It's significantly lower. I think on the time frame I drew it on, the low side is at 180. Which is annoying, but WeBull doesn't like to scale trend lines. What indicators do you use to time the consolidation period? Volume and support resistance. Why are these cycles profitable? Well, they make money driving the price of the stock up. They make money shorting it back down from the top. Because of swaps. Yeah, if you sell a CC against your shares and then buy the CC back, you can immediately sell another CC again. You think they halted it on purpose to scare retail into selling calls? Possibly. Or to trigger algorithmic selling from other institutions to relieve some of the pressure on the call chain. Win Dan for mod. Basically never. I can type up to 100 words per minute, and that's like 100. Oh, God. Thanks, Dan, for hire. Good to know. I'll put that. I'll save that. I'll leave it on file. Yeah, it just like it has a hard time keeping trend lines in place. It's super fucking annoying. And they keep adding like more features to Webull, but they don't ever fix the fundamental issues with their chart scaling. Who's they? Market makers? I mean, they didn't necessarily halt on purpose, but I mean, we were expecting 2.1 million in shares, or 362 million in notional hedge from yesterday's price action. We got 2.2 million shares and drove it into a halt right at market open. So as soon as the liquidity was available for them to hedge, they did. It probably caused a halt. And it's the most logical conclusion. The volume matches up. So I hear something better that's not crime. What's your barometer reading for XRT FTDs tomorrow? I mean, XRT is doing good today. My calls are finally up. Took long enough. When do you think the next cycle will play out? I'll be watching the quarterly OPEX and then the next one, so May, June. But that depends. Like, we have to see them build that negative position first, right? If we're in fact just moving up and the fair market value of GameStop is being reevaluated by the market right now, truly in a Wyckoff the end of a Wyckoff accumulation phase, then that'll have nothing to do with OPEX. Is it true Moonwind sold shares again? No, he rolled out Roaring Kitty. Does that mean they just sent a $2.1 million market order at open? Possibly, yeah. I mean, if market makers are truly delta neutral, they shouldn't give a shit, right? Because they don't have any delta exposure. They're cost neutral. And then if they're selling contracts that massively bumped IV, great for them, right? Are ETFs rebalanced quarterly or biannually? It depends on the ETF. They all have different rebalance schedules. S&P ETFs rebalanced on 3 or began their rebalancing on 3/18. Getting better at Elden Ring? I've only ever played it on stream, and no, I still suck at it. What's up, Han? Have you done digging into swaptions? I've read up on them a little bit. It's just like another complex derivative that I don't want to learn because it has zero effects on my life outside of GameStop. But I have read a bit about them. They do use them. They may have used them to defer OPEX out an additional month. Don't forget, also their hedging for volatility swaps isn't as crazy anymore because of the rule change, the OCC 001. We can't get one of the 40% runs like the last 25 minutes of the day like we had before. I don't know. I think we might bump off this into close. I hope so I can ditch these calls. I don't want to carry them overnight. I have a PlayStation controller. It's Elden Ring on PC. I mean, it runs way better on PC than it does on a console. Whoa. Hey, that's fun. Jesus Christ. Did you see that conditional order dump? Elden Ring actually runs worse on PC from my experience. I don't know. I have a 3080 Ti, so it runs fine. It was a big buy order that triggered a bunch of conditional orders, but it was like a multiple limit up and limit down sales all at once. Did I miss anything in the last 2 hours? We fell back to like our intraday trend line and now we're bouncing. So little consolidation after the failed test at like 93. Gotta sell it for a 3090 Ti now. I don't even want one of those. And I definitely don't want the next generation of cards. Like I don't want to run a video card with a fucking 5 or 600 watt power requirement. It's ridiculous. Come on, a little higher. Keep it going, bitch. When sell 220 CCs? I already sold some this morning. Not a lot of them, but 2. I sold 2. I sold 2 250s, 2 220s, and 2 200s. Big picture, guys. End green, 11 days, full bull. Check recovery on BBBY. Oh, cool. Probably close out these covered calls, huh? Not today. Close my 35s? No. How does today and yesterday's price action impact your thinking for the rest of this week? Oh, I don't know. I think we're doing fine so far. I'm still cautious, right? Very cautious. The longer we continue up, the more likely a rug pull becomes, right? Hey, we're green. Oh, my options are printing big. Pump it. Are you buying more calls now? No, I want to sell the ones I bought. I'm not going to exercise 160s that I bought 20 minutes ago. You can't just exercise every option. It's ridiculous. I exercised last night already. Chill. Yeah, I exercised my 80s. No, I didn't exercise anything this morning. I got stopped out. To be fair, I thought they were gonna rug pull it at market open, so I got lucky on getting stopped out, but I still got stopped out. How many shares do you own? Enough. Why exercise before they expire? Isn't that taking a loss? Not really. I mean, sure. They were $80, so they didn't really raise my cost basis much. I would have exercised more contracts if I'd had more out of the money options on this run, but I didn't. How many more shares have you picked up since we dropped below 100? If you count the exercise and the assignment on the 95s, like 3K? About? I bought some in here too. I don't remember how many. A little over 3K, I think. He owns 1 share and 4 fake shares on margin. Scared of after hours rug pull? I mean, I don't want to carry the in the monies overnight because they're just a trade. Like the 160s I bought. I'm just hoping we break a little bit higher so I can cash out of these. They're up right now, but different data. Are there any brokerages that offer margin on GME? It's usually just 100% cash collateral. Tasty works sometimes, but they turn it off a lot. It depends on how much money you have too. Some brokerages will give it to you if you have enough on account. Stopped out. Son of a bitch. Whatever. 5%. Ooh, what happened to CLVR? Did it just fucking tank hard? It's fine. End of day pull, sure. We're not down 20% from open. And we're really only down 1% today from yesterday's close, but from open we're only down. Did we test 199? We're down like 1250. You stopped out. Do you set a stop loss or a stop limit? Depends. Stop loss if the price action's really crazy fast. Stop limit if I can micromanage it. That was a stop loss. I took a 4.89% gain on those options, which is kind of shitty given the amount of capital I risked, and that could have gotten eaten up by slippage too. Mr. Ko-Fi. Oh no. I'm sorry. It's because I have my other brokerage account open over the OBS. Had a doctor's appointment. Did I miss anything? No, I didn't. I didn't miss any Ko-Fis. Fibs. After hours shirtless stream? After hours stream, but not shirtless. 7 p.m. probably. Drop a like if you haven't already. Yeah, if you guys could. That's a nice thing to do. And a great way to show your support for the channel. How do you think Robinhood's new ability to give retail traders a way to trade before and after hours now affecting pricing? It's probably not. Retail traders can already trade before and after hours. I know I can. Is now a good time to buy ads? I mean, I guess that depends on if the market crashes or not. Probably not, right? You probably want to wait for Fed rates to come back down. BlackRock employees are not retail. What does stopped out mean? It means I had a stop limit set on options and it stopped out. The price fell, triggering the stop, which then triggered the sale of the contracts. BBIG ripping. I don't want to hear about it. Tell it to someone else. Go tell your friends. Are you a believer in the plunge protection team? I was the first person to talk about them, unfortunately. People have gotten very carried away with their existence and what they actually do or their purpose. But yeah. Hey Girk, I turned the 350 I put into weeklies last week into $12,000. Rolled out and have been doing some scalping, now over 22K. Can't believe how much I've learned over the last couple of months. Thanks, man. Thanks, Tim Timmery. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations, dude. I really need to start a fucking hedge fund. The kickback on these gains is atrocious. Could you scalp a cover call during volatile times the same way you were doing on buying and selling calls? Yeah. You absolutely can. Did my first CC on AMC using the collateral to purchase more GME. Thanks to the knowledge. No problem, man. Do you scalp a cover call? Yeah. See, yeah, you can sell calls and you can trade sold calls the same way you can trade like short and long. You can trade them both. When I make 12K, I'll give you $5 to shill. What's your outlook on the coming days based off of today's action? Depends. Are they going to keep pushing the price down into close? Do you think GME will moon soon? We'll see. I think GME is going to consolidate for a little bit. Oh, that's not how it works, Mr. Diggs. Selling CCs is easy when you're up. Bought BBBY at 20, sold at 30 CC for the 8th. So either I lower my basis or I make over 50%. You've inspired me so much. I love you, Dad. Thanks, Jeff G. Thanks for all you do. Just made 500K out of my $3 investment. Only thanks to you. What would be the minimum to invest in your hedge fund? I only have $1. You have to be a accredited investor to invest in a hedge fund. What does it mean for the market as a whole that the SPY is going to close north of 460? It's bullish as fuck. Do you have any ultra bullish theories you're not telling us about? If so, give a nod. I mean, I have theories, but they're not all ultra bullish. Have you ever made a consistent money? Have you made consistent money over the last couple of months? I mean, on other shit. GameStop's been mostly a loss since December. I've scalped some profits. I rolled well in January. Lost money rolling in Feb, and I lost money rolling in March, but I made it all back on this run. So for the year, I'm way up on GameStop, but for the first quarter, not so great. Jesus, they're slamming the price. A little bit. Glad I got out of my got stopped out of those calls, huh? Jesus fuck. Well, we did say, right, that like if that was the test, right? Didn't we when we adjusted this, we were saying like back down to here. So if that was the second high, I mean it fits. I'm gonna have to tighten this way up if this is gonna be on that fast of a time scale. Interesting. Because, I mean, this peak should be further out, right? Generally speaking, these are more spread out. But maybe this time scale is too slow. So if that's our lower high from the SOS test, then, this could be accelerated. Say this trades within the range of the previous one. Like as soon as that, it's equidistant. That. That's awfully fast. Or not. Wyckoff in a day? It can happen very quickly. I was T Walker. I was talking about it earlier. With Tesla, when Tesla went through like its phase E shift, it happened in like 12 hours. And the money puts coming in, I hadn't seen any. I'll double check. I mean, all of today's volume is still mostly buy volume. Puts still mostly just sold. Some 1.2 million in April 250s definitively bought. 76 million in puts today, but 280 million in call. I think we're okay. Close at 182.11. Just kidding, not up 22k anymore. And here's a kickback. I was just fucking around, Tim. Thank you so much, dude. I joined Billionaires and sent a Discord DM. Give me the keys to the country club. If you want to get in right now, just check the announcements channel Friday. The instructions are pinned. You just link your YouTube to your Discord account. Otherwise, I'll get to you as soon as the stream's over. I made 10% profit today day trading. Thanks, Gurk. Awesome, dude. Does this run have any more to go on, or should I take profits? I mean, as long as we retain this high channel, I think there's a lot of hope. Or DM Han, she can help you. Or just at moderator in the chat. I'm sure someone will give you a hand if you need to get in right this instant. So the borrow rate starts dropping. Is that a clue to bat in the hatches? Not necessarily, because we're looking at the intraday borrow rate. That doesn't mean that like it's gonna stay down, right? We've seen the intraday borrow rate drop, and then we've seen it climb right back up throughout this run. So no, not necessarily. And it's only down 4%. Any reason to see ups tomorrow? Still T+2. T+2 is not over. You guys know that, right? Don't forget, tomorrow's also T+2 from Monday, where we went up $30. It's always T+2 from something. Fidelity's borrow rate is up. Yeah, I know. Fidelity trails, though. They seem to lend cheaper for longer than anybody else. This 250p you mentioned look net bullish. See, they don't to me. They look sold. The OI is increasing, or they look purchased because there's no OI shift. There's 144 volume traded, and they traded up into the ask, which means they were purchased. You see the ask climb? That means they're bought. Usually, I mean, you can't accurately tell anyway. But open interest went up 20 with 144 volume traded. So some of them are bullish, but I wouldn't say net bullish. Gherkin Funds LLC attaches your dividend payment for services rendered. Expect an improved dividend future due to improved performance by Mavunky Enterprises LLC. Past performance is not an indication of future performance. Thank you so much, Mavunky. I appreciate the disclosures. Shift search, MJ99, shiftsearch.com. Can you post an updated Wyckoff on Reddit daily, DD? I did this morning. Oh, you mean for the end of day? Yeah. Oh, they're gonna crush us below VWAP into close? A bunch of pricks. Thoughts on the glitches and notifications? It's just due to the halt, probably. Ding ding. Closing out the day. Down $9.69 or 5.11%. That was a bit of a rough ride, but not too bad. I mean, we were up massively, like $35 yesterday, so closing down $9 from the high isn't too bad. Looks like we had a bit of recovery at 175. I don't know if that's going to continue into after hours. Probably not. We'll see what tomorrow brings. SSR turned on. Yep. FTDs tomorrow from Feb 10th and Feb 22nd, I believe. I gotta double check that. Moving into those OPEX FTDs though from later in the month during Feb. So that could be interesting. Where are the tendies? What? The stock's up fucking $100 in like a week. Chill out. This may have just been people not wanting to carry positions overnight. The sell-off into close isn't a big deal. Still retaining 180, and we closed above our long-term VWAP, which is bullish as fuck. So we'll see how it works out tomorrow. I'll see you all bright and early at 9 a.m. If you guys want, I'm gonna probably stream some Elden Ring later or something. Around let's say 7 o'clock. I'll start it at 7. Relax after today. Today's been intense. Finally taking profits is a great feeling. Congratulations, guys. Just you know, don't get burned, because no matter what happens, you know, if there is another bottom, right, and retail as a whole has capitalized on this run extensively. That just means more retail ownership going into the next run, which means more pressure and more tendies. My last day in New York. Today you escaped my capture. Just don't, I mean, like, that's all I've pushed to do since November, was to see retail realize the profits on these runs and not the hedge funds, because they're the ones that have been making money the whole time while we held, right? And not that holding's bad, but there's massive amounts of money to be captured there. And you know, we may not have it down to the most exact science, but we have it down well enough that we pretty much know within, I mean, I guess 30 days of when it's going to run or not. And I mean, that kind of information is priceless in the stock market. So make money, get rich, fuck bitches, whatever it is that you do. And have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Later.
5, 4.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.